The Leominster City Council meeting is funded in part by DeCarolis Insurance Agency at www.decarolisinsuranceagency.com and by Avidia Bank at www.avidiabank.com.
So too. How could I forgot my Polly fidget
Councilor Cormier, are you prepared?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. My name is Pauline Cormier. I am the chairwoman of the Ways and Means Committee. I'm joined with the other two members of my committee. To my left, Frank Ardinger, and to my right, Councilor David Cormier. It is 6 o'clock, and we have an interview this evening. I'm going to ask Ms. Camacho if she would please come up to the table. You saw her earlier. There she is. While she's coming up, this is C-91, Dean J. Mazzarella, Mayor. Requests the appointment of the following individuals to the Leominster Housing Authority, a term to expire on April 15th, 2030. And he has suggested Tamara Castro Camacho from Heron Way here in Leominster. Just a little brief about the Housing Authority, which, if you don't know, it's the agency's mission to provide safe, secure rental subsidies for families, elderly, handicapped, or disabled persons. It's both by state and federal governments fund the program, and the applicants can either be housed in private sector dwellings or apartment complexes owned and operated by the Leominster Housing Authority. And I don't want to bring up really bad news today, but this is a very important position. The Housing Authority is a very important position, and with the tragedy that went on in Fall River, I think this commission is going to get a lot of attention in the next few days. So, Ms. Camacho, welcome.
Good evening, everyone. I don't think so. It's Thank you. Good evening, everyone.
Can you just bring that a little bit closer to you?
Yes. Good evening, everyone. My name is Tamara Castro. I live in Leominster, Massachusetts from 2019. I'm very active in the community as a domestic violence supervisor for 8 years for the Hispanic American Center. 1 year be a manager of the Fishway Housing Authority. A year dedicate my life to save the people in the shelters for MOC. I'm helping the people. I applied for this position in the board because I think so the more important for the families in Leominster is the stabilization for the housing. It provides the best service to the community members. My dedication always be help the community members in the Leominster area. Right now I'm dedicating my life to be educational professional for the staff in the community for domestic violence service.
Thank you. I did have the opportunity to review your resume. I don't know when you have time for anything else. It looks like you've stayed pretty busy and educating yourself and being involved in the community as well. I don't have any specific questions. I'm going to open it up to other members of the council. I'll first go to members of my committee, Councilor Ardinger.
Thank you very much. Ms. Camacho, I concur with my relative associate over here. I stutter, sorry about that, but what do you do in your spare time? Do you have any?
Yes, I have time with my kids. My important thing is my child.
Okay.
When I go home, I want to be in a peace area with my kids.
Okay. No, you certainly are well qualified with all your certifications and your position on the Pittsburgh Housing Authority. But is there something about you and your personality that you could bring to the Housing Authority that normal people or other people could not bring? Is you have one?
I think so. I can bring the from my perspective, the service to the members and the families inside the housing authority. Every service resources needed in every house in the housing authority. It's important to provide the best resources to the families inside our housing authority.
Okay, thank you very much.
It must be difficult right now with all the shortages that we're having. It's a difficult position to be in.
Yes, it's difficult, but I think so when we do it with the heart, nothing is impossible for provide the best service to our community members.
Thank you. Councillor David Cormier.
Thank you very much. I don't have any questions other than, your resume is pretty impressive. It's nice that you have some experience, Housing Authority in Fitchburg. I'm sure that will come in handy. I'm sure you probably have dealt with a lot of similar things in Fitchburg that you'll deal with here. And that experience will be very, very helpful. So I have no questions, but I look forward to your confirmation this evening, and thank you very much for all that you do.
Thank you, David.
Thank you.
Councillor Noseworthy.
Thank you. No questions. I just want to, reiterate what the other councilors said, and to say that I know, especially when working with the domestic violence population, that it's more than credentials on your resume. It's really about trust. And so I think it's great that you've worked with the housing department before. You have the connection with the Spanish American Center, and you're bilingual. So that's really, kind of gold when it comes to, again, having that trust, because there can be resources, but having people accept those resources is really hard to do. So thank you for stepping up.
Thank you, Karen.
Councillor Shalfo Zephyr.
Thank you. Thank you for coming in, Tamara. It's so important to have people with your kind of experience and background. I work with Tamara for years, and to Councillor Ardinger's point, the work that she has done at the Spanish American Center, assisting families and individuals, helping people get settled, is really long-standing, and she's got the heart for it, which is most important, I think, when you're doing this kind of work, trying to help people get housing. So I know from my own experience with her that she will bring all of that, plus her, her experience and her education to the job. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Councillor Robbins.
No questions either. I just want to echo the comments of the councillor to my right, because I as well have had the pleasure of working with Tamara for a number of years, and the heart that she puts into the work that she currently does is like no other. I can't tell you how many times Tamara has showed up at Ginny's looking, to make a delivery specifically to one of her clients outside of her job duties, but she does it because she really does lead with the heart. So I look forward to voting on your confirmation tonight as well.
Thank you, Rhonda.
Any other councillors have any questions, comments? Councillor Frida.
Yeah, just to follow everyone else, the work of the Housing Authority, as the chair mentioned, doesn't seem to be that important when you look at it, but it's extremely important. It's a stage of disability, a stage of minorities, a stage of elderly. I mean, all those eras are very important, and to have somebody that's understanding of their issue, what the apartments look like. A lot of them won't complain because they're afraid. So, the board has to really be on top of that and make sure that their living conditions are the way we all want to live. So, thanks for offering your time. Look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
Mr. Camacho, thank you very much for coming in. If there's no other questions, we can end this interview now. You are welcome to stay for the meeting. We will tackle the appointment when we get into our meeting itself. It could take a bit of time tonight, so you're welcome to stay, or we can take the vote a little bit later on, and the clerk's office will give you a call.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Have a beautiful evening.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on, we have another interview scheduled for 6:05. This is on C-92, and while I'm reading this, Ms. Vashon, if you'd like to come and take the hot seat tonight. This is C-92, Dean J. Mazzarella, Mayor, requests the appointment of the following individual to the Conservation Commission with a term to expire April 15th of 2028. Jordan Vashon of West Street in Leominster. Welcome, Ms. Vashon.
Good evening.
Just as an overview, for those that don't know, the Conservation Commission is to implement the mandates of the Wetland Protection Act and the Rivers Protection Act in such a way as to protect the natural resources of the city of Leominster and guide residents through the process of compliance in a simple and constructive way. Ms. Vashon has provided us her resume. Her undergraduate degree is right in environmental sciences, so we couldn't have asked for any more. So I'm just going to give you this opportunity to introduce yourself and let the council know why you're interested in this position.
Sure. So, like Councilor Cormier said, my name is Jordan. I've been living in Leominster for about 2 years now, but before I moved to Massachusetts, I was involved in my hometown in New Hampshire's Drinking Water Protection Committee for a number of years. In that committee, a majority of residents of that town were on private well water, so a lot of that committee focused on our annual well water testing event, which was pretty successful. We provided bottles to the residents of the town, and then the next morning would pick them up and bring them to the lab and help residents interpret the results from that sampling. Additionally, after I graduated with my degree in environmental science, I worked for the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services for about 3 years. About half of that time was in the Surface Water Management Bureau, which is lakes, rivers, surface waters, like that. And then the other half of my time was in the Drinking Water Management Bureau, where I worked on the lead and copper rule and the disinfectant byproducts rule. And then for about the last 2 years, I've worked for the City of Worcester in their sewer department as a stormwater management specialist, where I've gotten to, see another portion of the water industry. You get to see a little bit of surface water, you get to see a little drinking water, you get to see a little stormwater. So I feel like I've got a holistic view of the waters, and I'm excited to bring that to the City of Leominster.
And I'm sure we're going to exhaust all your experiences and all your knowledge on all of these. I want to thank you for coming in, and I'm going to open it up to members of my committee. Councilor Ardinger.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You certainly have a well-rounded resume. I think you've done everything in the world that I can think of, with the environmental areas. But again, is there anything that's unique about you that you will bring to the commission?
I think my passion for volunteering and for conserving the natural resources that we have available in Leominster. Leominster is very unique in that so much of the land area is parks and protected land, and I think that's a wonderful thing. The green spaces provide so many important ecosystem services to the city, and they help reduce flooding and reduce pollution and protect groundwater. So I think it's important to protect that and keep these ecosystem services for future generations.
Thank you very much. Well-spoken and well-rounded, so
Thank you.
congratulations.
You good?
I'm done. Thank you.
Councilor David Cormier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to echo, that the resume is impressive. Both your experience in Concord, New Hampshire, as well as Worcester, I think will be very valuable to the Conservation Commission here in Leominster. One of the things that I was very surprised about when I got on the City Council a number of years ago was how many issues, important issues come before the Conservation Commission that really affect people's property, people's life, people's quality of life. It's definitely an important position. It can be time-consuming as well. It's one of those boards or commissions that really, gets hands-on with some issues once in a great while. So I think your experience will be perfect to take on all the challenges that may lie ahead, and I look forward to your confirmation as well.
Thank you.
Councilor Noseworthy.
I think the president was first.
It's okay.
Okay, thank you. I just want to echo what everyone else is saying. I live on Smith Street in Ward 5, so I'm very excited to hear your background, very excited to see, think about what you can do with regards to our parks, but also with respect to flooding and drainage after what we went through on September 11th, and hopefully, preventing things in the future. So I'm really excited about those aspects of what you bring to the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. I got to meet you, Jordan, through my friend and colleague here on the City Council, who sadly has passed away in the interim, Councilor Angelini, and was impressed with your dedication to Leominster in general and your interest in this community. We're glad and happy to have you as a resident here. Ironically, Councilor Angelini was the chairman of the Leominster Land Trust for a good long time, also a member of our Conservation Commission years ago. So I find in some way this fitting. And thank you for volunteering, and look forward to working with you in the future.
Thank you.
Any other councilors? Councilor Frida?
How are you, Jordan?
Good. How are you?
Good. Nobody complained about the Conservation Commission more than I did about 10 years ago. We had members that weren't showing up. We had members that weren't paying attention to detail. We had members that really weren't qualified to be on. And I live with an environmental analyst, so I have a pretty good idea and she also chaired the Conservation Commission for 12 years. So to look at your resume and see how you can contribute to the Conservation Commission is huge. As the councilor from Ward 3 said, there are, quality of life issues. There are important issues on the Conservation Commission, and there are very strict guidelines to go by. And if they're not followed, it affects a lot of different aspects of living, and, for one person or maybe 50. So it's important on that commission, and I'm really happy to see you come forward and volunteer your time, and look forward to you being on that commission.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other councilors? I just want to point out, I think we're very, very fortunate here in the city that we have people like Ms. Camacho and yourself coming in here who have the background, that have the experience, and they have the passion. We're very, very fortunate to have that. So I want to thank you again. And I'm going to tell you what I told Ms. Camacho. You are welcome to stay for the vote. We will be here. We understand that it's going to be a pretty busy evening. So if you prefer, we'll do the vote. And I'm sure I don't see any negative nods on this table. So I'm sure it will go quickly, but it's going to be a little bit later in the meeting. So you're welcome to wait, or you can go and we can give you a call later.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councilor Robbins, are you prepared to proceed with your public safety hearing?
I am. Thank you, Mr. President. This is a public safety, public service, thank you, committee hearing. My name is Brandon Robbins. I'm the chair of the committee. Councilor at Large Claire Frida is the clerk, and Ward 5 Councilor Carrie Noseworthy is the third member. This is on petition 51-25, Massachusetts Electric Company doing business as National Grid and Verizon New England. Requests permission to locate poles, wires, and fixtures, including the necessary sustaining and protecting fixtures along and across the following public way. Walnut Street. National Grid to install one jointly owned pole on Walnut Street beginning at a point approximately 126 feet west of the center line of the intersection of Washington Street. Installing P16-2 in right-of-way, Leominster, Mass. Location approximately is shown on plan attached. Wherefore it prays that after due notice and hearing as provided by law, it be granted a location for and permission to erect and maintain poles and wires, together with such sustaining and protecting fixtures as it may find necessary. Said poles to be erected substantially in accordance with the plan filed here within, marked Walnut Street, Leominster, Massachusetts. We have a representative from National Grid who is here. If you just want to introduce yourself quickly and give us a brief interview of the plan.
My name is Evan Lusigian. I'm here to represent National Grid and the pole that we are placing in the right-of-way. We are setting this pole right on the edge of a customer's yard. There's no sidewalk there. We're setting this so that we can provide service to the house as they requested a service upgrade, and the secondary cable coming from the road to the house is incredibly heavy, so we needed to introduce another pole to make sure that the supporting structures are maintained.
Sorry, let me just finish my note. I don't have any questions for you, so I'll go to the other members of the committee. Councilor Frida?
No.
Councilor Noseworthy?
No questions, thank you.
Any other councilors?
So you worked with the consumer or the resident in this case?
Yes, I
So
did.
they're obviously well aware of it?
Oh, yes,
Okay.
yeah.
Any other questions from the council? Councilor Shalfo Zephyr?
Yep, and I noticed that it looks like there's an abutters list that is attached, and I'm assuming that there haven't been any complaints from any of the abutters or neighbors.
As far as I'm concerned, we have had no issues. This pole is only being set on a single customer's property, so there should be nobody else that's going to have this in front of their house.
Great, if there's no more questions, I'll go to members of the public. Is there anybody that would like to speak in favor of or against petition 51-25? For a second time, any member of the public that would like to speak in favor of or against 51-25? For a third and final time, anybody that would like to speak in favor of or against petition 51-25? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing, Mr. President, and thank you so much, Evan.
Super. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Councilor
Thank
Robbins.
you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, before I turn this over to Councilor Shalfo Zephyr as Chairwoman of Legal Affairs, I just want to reiterate something I said at some prior meetings about the conduct of the public hearings on 41-25 and 47-25. I think I speak for the entire council when I say that we are all proud of the city of Leominster by the way this has been conducted. People have been orderly, not overly repetitive, spoken with dignity and respect, both sides of the issue, and this is a contentious issue, as we can tell from the crowd. We usually don't get this kind of audience at our meetings. Thank you for participating in your local government, and thank you for, I'm sure, continuing the trend that you've already started to conduct these in a polite, dignified way. And with that, I will turn it over to Councilor Shalfo Zephyr to conduct the first public hearing.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. My name is Sue Shalfo Zephyr. I'm the chairperson of Legal Affairs. The Ward 1 Councilor, Robert Tossi, to my right, is also on Legal Affairs. He's the clerk. And Pauline Cormier, right across from me, the Ward 2 Councilor, is the third member of the Legal Affairs Committee. So this evening, we have a public hearing on petition 4125. Lisa Nugent, 45 Beth Avenue, Leominster, requests that the City Council prohibit all horse and dog racing and any associated betting or wagering anywhere within Leominster, Massachusetts by the following. Amend Article 1, Section 22-4, definitions by adding the following definition: racetrack. Any tract of land where horses or dogs are raced and where any form of betting or wagering on the speed or ability of horses or dogs are permitted or conducted. Amend Article 3, Section 22-17, underlying districts, table of uses, under business uses to add racetrack as a listed use, and then to add the letter N for not allowed in each and every column for each and every district. Amend Article 3, Section 22-18, overlay districts, table of uses, under business uses to add racetrack as a listed use, and to add the letter U for underlying district in each and every column for each and every overlay district. The purpose of this zoning amendment is to prohibit commercial horse or dog racing anywhere within the city of Leominster. So I would ask if Ms. Nugent is here as the petitioner. Yep, please. Yep. So the public hearing is really for everybody. The petitioner has the first opportunity to speak about the petition, and then we open it up, to the public, and we want to hear from everybody. So Ms. Nugent.
Thank you. Lisa Nugent, 45 Beth Ave. So this petition is kind of a standalone situation from the other petition that's going to be heard tonight, and for good reason. Unfortunately, when the state of Massachusetts took care of dog racing, they did not elect to take care of horse racing at the same time. It has been under a sunset clause continuously since that time, and right now we have a situation here in Leominster, which is in a continuous attempt. There's different iterations of this type of proposal that has come to different communities time and time again, and it's failed in previous iterations, and part of that is not just because of, say, the location, but because of horse racing itself. There are many people out there doing what they can to make sure that the sunset clause actually takes effect this year and that horse racing will no longer be allowed in the state of Massachusetts. We're trying to be proactive. I understand that legal has already ruled that horse racing is currently prohibited here in Leominster, that any additional language would be somewhat redundant. However, the lack of clear language being included in our ordinances is in part why we are all here collectively today. So that's what we're looking to rectify with this petition and have some clear language added to that. So hopefully it will insulate us from having to deal with this in the future. Dogs, while actually covered under the Greyhound Protection Act, are actually added to this because, again, we're seeing regularly laws overturned. We don't really want to have to address that again if it happens to be overturned. And that's pretty much it. I'll speak later if something else comes up. Thank you very much for your time, and I don't envy you all tonight.
Thank you very much. All right, so at this point, we open it up to the well, I'll open it up to the council, if anybody wants to comment, or we can save our comments and discussion for later. I guess I'll just go to the public then. Is there anybody? Certainly, you can come up here to the podium. So, anybody in the public that would like to speak either for or in opposition to petition 41-25, you need to state your name and address for the record. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. Oh, sorry, I'm short. Good evening, council members. My name's Amanda Smart. I live on 44 Rumbrook Road. Bear with me, I don't do public speaking particularly well. In the best interests of this town, I really implore you to allow the fairgrounds to be built. This project would provide much needed economic stimulus for this town. I've been here 5 years, could be used. I'm actually a fourth year carpenter's apprentice. I'm part of the UBC Local 336. I know there's sort of two major concerns, so I'd like to address both of those if I have time. I understand the concern for animal welfare with this proposal, particularly the dog racing, as was said. We don't want that making a rise. And where we would potentially be changing the language, I personally would continue the allowing for horse racing, but not dog racing. And, that way it couldn't be changed later in this project. That way, as much as I support getting to build things and bring economic stimulus, that way we don't leave loose ends down the line. As for the concern of equine welfare, I would actually advise the council and community members to read the revised and added laws since 2020, specifically the HISA, the Horse Racing Integrity and Safety Act. That's an act that is under federal authority and ensures uniform medicine and safety standards. That includes the Racetrack Safety Program, the ADMC, which is Anti-Doping and Medication Program, which are used for performance results, make your horse bigger, faster, look like Secretariat. These federal laws ensure safe racing for both riders and horses, as well as prohibits drug use for performance gain, as I just said. I was told not to say this, but also this would be a community fairgrounds. As someone who did show and did equestrian work for over 10 years, this ain't the Belmont, the Pimlico, or the Kentucky Derby. No one would be pushing for Triple Crown winners. It would be to show, the amazingness of your horse that you put your care into, and to win ribbons or have a good time trying. There's no need for anything here that would be so drastic as to start using doping. For the second concern, I know that that's the potential danger of pollution to the town and surrounding areas by disturbing the grounds of that landfill. Again, I would like to bring up something that all the town residents and as well as the council members have access to. There is quarterly testing that's done by the town of Leominster for Mass DEP to ensure that there are no contaminants leaking out, and those tests actually include their quarterly testing for each well for surface air quality and groundwater sampling. If you call the clerk's office, I'm sure you know this, but just for in general, you can call the clerk's office and ask, make an official written request through your email. They can guide you through the process as well. There's other ways to receive those reports. I was able to ask for 2 years, got them in the same day, and distributed them to my BAs. I would please bring something that would bring the community together to have somewhere to go, maybe even rival Topsfield. They bring in an awful lot of money every year for their town. And lastly, because I know I'm limited on time, I would just say, let's make sure we're approving projects that are needed because we are well informed and educated on what would go into those projects, not feelings on how we vaguely feel about some ideas and broad notions. Thank you very much.
Okay, is there anybody else in the audience who would like to speak on petition 4125? Either, come on up, Sal.
You know this must be important because I'm here. Thank you. I'm here not to say I'm for this or against this.
We need your address.
Oh, Sal Ciccone, member of the Leominster Planning Board for 37 years.
Address.
428 Union Street, Leominster. Leominster. I'm not here to speak for this or against this. You have a real difficult decision here. I mean, we had a difficult decision, and we let them withdraw it because we didn't have the information we felt we needed to recommend or an approval or a disapproval with you. So we're looking for more information, number one. But I made a few notes. Buddy, it's not on toilet paper. This is a neighborhood. Now, you got some tough decisions to make here. I've been going through this neighborhood for 70 years, and I've seen the growth of this neighborhood and what it's become. People have a lot of pride of ownership in their homes there. These are families. Wasn't Leominster all about neighborhoods and families? So, I don't know if that's, to me, it seems it's counter to our core values as a city, or what I've seen in this city for 37 years, or how we grew up in this city. So I'm not, like I said, I'm not against horse racing. I'm not either for it or against it. I'm just here to throw a few more things at you to make it even more difficult for you to come to a decision. And to give you a little bit of history of why we didn't come to a decision. We didn't have the information we needed to make an intelligent recommendation to you guys. And it's pretty clean and simple. Sue, you were there. So, okay, I need an O-ring for my filter. That's on the back of this one. I just want to make sure I had, I wrote these I had to pull over to do this. We shouldn't be placing the burden and impacting the families that came to Leominster and live in Leominster to have a good life. So with that being said, good luck.
Is there anybody else who'd like to speak in support or in opposition to petition 41-25? There you are.
Hi, my name is Lex Duchin, and I live at 156 Stewart Ave. So I don't personally live in the affected neighborhood, but I was born and raised in Leominster, and I moved out of state for college. And when I returned, I lived in Worcester with two of my friends, and I lived in a very busy area. I lived right on Shrewsbury Street above a bar, and it was noisy and dangerous. It was poorly lit, and there was a lot of speeding, and I have been to many of these meetings where I've had my fellow community members who do live in that community, in that neighborhood, and that is already an issue there. So to have them kind of up the traffic and up the attendance in that particular community for something like this, there is already dangerous speeding on that road and lots of noise. And I know when I lived on a road like that, I was in my early 20s, and I still hated it. It made it difficult to sleep and difficult to work because I worked from home. And I certainly, I didn't have children, and so I would not want to raise my children in an area where I could fear for them going outside to play. And have that sort of traffic in my home. So because I lived in that area, I moved back to Leominster because it's a quiet community and a really great place to live. And growing up, my parents didn't have to worry about me being outside due to reckless driving. But like I said, my fellow community members who live on Mechanic Street and in the surrounding areas already deal with this issue. And a project like the Fairgrounds would just kind of increase that issue for them. Also, to touch on the horse racing aspect, I'm fortunate that a lot of people in my generation tend to be socially aware of animal welfare, and they don't want to contribute to anything inhumane or cruel. And regardless of the safety measures in place, in 2024, there was still a 0.9% fatality rate at HISA tracks, not to mention the high related off-track fatality statistics. In my opinion, there's just no need for it. There are plenty of non-animal related gambling activities to choose from, including sports betting for both college and professional sports, all the way down to how long the national anthem will be at the Super Bowl. All of which can be done from the comfort of your own home, wherever you are, without spending money on overpriced food and drinks. And for those reasons and many more, I support 4125 and I'm against 4725. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Monica Barry. I live at 44 Barry Lane in Leominster. 3 generations of my family live, reside, and thrive in Leominster, and I'm deeply concerned about this proposal that's being marketed as a fairgrounds. I mean, let's be clear. It's a horse racetrack that's going to bring gambling, it's going to bring excessive drinking, and it's going to bring other problems, other well-documented problems that come along with a racing establishment. The glossy marketing campaign can't disguise or dismiss these fundamental issues. The environmental effects are catastrophic. The project would be built on a landfill that was never intended for such development. The risks include contaminating the soil and the groundwater. The proximity to the Nashua River is alarming and should send up red flags. There's also, of course, we know all this, the gas pollution hazards, the explosion risks, the compromised air quality, and the health risks that are vast and far-reaching. We're talking about permanently endangering Leominster citizens' health and safety while negatively impacting the quality of life in the surrounding areas. And what about the unknown long-term effects? The plain truth is no one knows the potential problems that can occur 10, 20, 30 years from now. Are we willing to put our city in jeopardy? Our city is too exceptional to risk its viability, and our zoning laws exist to make Leominster special. Changing them to accommodate outside interests backed by significant money does not serve residents' best interest. The economic promises ring hollow. The long-term costs, the increased traffic, the strain on emergency services, and the social problems that occur from gambling operations will far outweigh any temporary employment benefits. The city supposedly would see $1.3 million, but where's the documentation? Where's the proof? What happens if the operation fails? What if it leaves town? There are just too many unanswered questions. We shouldn't just plow forward and worry about consequences later. I urge you to look beyond the well-funded marketing campaign and consider what this means for our children, our property values, our quality of life, and the future of Leominster. At least 8 other communities have had the wisdom to reject this proposal. We need to ask ourselves, are we willing to gamble with our community's future? Thank you.
So right now, this public hearing is for petition 4125, and that is specifically about the zoning language to add specific language banning horse and dog racing. So if anybody in the public would like to speak to that petition, 4125, we will have plenty of time to speak to the next petition, which is specifically on the fairgrounds. But right now, we're really focused on 4125.
Understood.
Certainly. So.
Thank you. My name is Jonathan Silverstein. I am special counsel to the city regarding this matter. And I wasn't going to speak now for exactly that reason, but since a number of issues and arguments have been brought up in connection with this petition that I think bear on both, I figured I should just give the council some answers to some of these questions. So first of all, I wanted to make sure everyone understood what is before the council tonight with both petitions. It's not reviewing and approving the specifics of any given proposal. That happens through permitting. And so the notion that a project would be fully designed, engineered, and all of those specific details, that would have been prepared either before going to the planning board or before coming to the council, that's just not how it ever happens. The reason is no one's going to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars engineering a project until they know it is possible to approve. So what's before the council tonight is not approving a project, but rather determining whether or not that project can go forward to request approval.
But Mr. Attorney Silverstein, isn't 47-25 an overlay district?
It is an overlay district.
And doesn't it deal with a specific item or piece of land?
It's a specific piece of land,
with specific criteria and concerns and things that go along with it. So wouldn't we be blindly, if we were just going to look at the idea of creating zoning, we would just ignore all of that?
No, sir, not at all.
Thank you.
If I could answer, so the point of an overlay district is simply not that it's a rubber stamp, but rather that it is dealing with a particular piece of property or particular area, but it's no different from any other zoning in that it's creating the ability for an applicant to come in and ask for approval. That's all that's in front of you. Were the council to pass the zoning overlay, that would not be approval of the project. That would be giving the applicant a green light to design the project and come in and ask for approval based on the specifics. And at that time, all the peer review, the engineering, the traffic, the environmental concerns would be addressed in detail. I've been doing this for 30 years. I've never seen a project fully engineered and designed before asking for zoning that would allow the project to move to that stage. It's just never how it works. And again, it's the council's decision. I just want to make sure you have the information in front of you and that people understand that this is not a request to approve a project. It's a request to allow the project to move forward to the point of asking for approval. So that's number one. Number two, some questions were raised about access. The host community agreement, and I know the council had seen an earlier draft of it, specifically prohibits access via Mechanic Street. All access would be through the connector only, written into the agreement. So that's the documentation on that. With respect to the payments to the city, day one of the operation of the track, the minimum payment, this is a floor, not a ceiling, the minimum payment would be $1.5 million at the first year of operation of the track. And I'm happy to break that down and give you detail on what those payments are. With respect to environmental concerns regarding the landfill, I know that a number of years ago there was a proposal for a giant baseball practice facility on the landfill that would include a large building and parking and all sorts of other things that had widespread support. The applicant didn't end up moving forward with it. I would suggest that in this project, what you have is a proposed horse racing facility on top of a capped landfill. By definition, a capped landfill has thousands of tons of dirt on top of it that's pushing down That's the whole idea of capping a landfill. And again, the city has an LSP, a licensed site professional, whose job it is to oversee these issues, and DEP would likewise have to oversee any development of this track. There's no building being proposed on top of the facility. So
Well, aren't you contradicting yourself in a sense, because you're saying, that, please in the audience, we'll allow this just between the people who are speaking. You're talking about weight on top of this piece of property, and you're talking about no permitted building, right? And that's a homage to the fact that we don't want to squeeze this landfill anymore in terms of leachate on this unlined landfill. So isn't that, in fact, part of the sort of forward-looking design of this project, as opposed to just this, sort of pro forma zoning that you're talking about?
No, I'm not sure I totally understand the question.
Well, I mean, you said to me that this isn't about a project, right? This is about creating a zoning overlay district.
Right.
And then you're speaking about not putting a permanent building, different than what perhaps the baseball project was, which I know little or nothing about, frankly. But to me, that sounds like design already. I mean, now you're already trying to avoid putting weight on top of that landfill for obvious reasons.
No, I
can't have it both ways.
Respectfully, I'm not trying to, sir.
Okay.
What I'm telling you is there are certain things, there are broad details known about the project. One is that the track's going to be on the landfill, and there's going to be a sports bar and simulcast facility in an adjacent property that's not the landfill. We have seen a general site plan that I think everyone has seen that shows the track on the landfill. What I heard was a member of the planning board saying we didn't have enough details about the proposal. I assume that was things like drainage calculations and a full transportation impact assessment and all of the usual things that are presented by an applicant, as I'm sure you know, at the application stage for a project. So I'm not saying we don't know anything about the project. We know, broadly speaking, a few things about the project. The track is going to be, or is proposed to be, on the landfill. The building is going to be renovated next door and turned into a vacant building, turned into a sports bar and simulcast facility. There will be 6 races per year. That's in the host community agreement. 6 races per year. And there will be revenue sharing based on, let's face it, quite frankly, the economic driver of this project is, as someone mentioned, sports betting. So there is specific language about sports betting and revenue sharing from the sports betting, most of which revenue is going to be generated from people sitting at home, not coming to the facility, because having horse racing is the ticket that an applicant needs to be able to have a sports wagering license from the state. So, that's, everyone knows that's the main thing. So when we're talking about the amount of traffic and the impacts of the project on the surrounding neighborhood, we're talking about 6 races per year. And most of the sports wagering revenue is going to be from an online app. So it might be that the council still decides it doesn't want to support this. And that's fine. I just want to make sure you actually have facts and that you're basing your decision on facts and not on misunderstandings. So with that being said, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have about the host community agreement or any other specifics on the project.
4725.
Council Noseworthy.
Thank you, Councilor at Large. My question is, because you did choose to speak, do you have a list of the other agents and associates that we had tried to kind of get to the bottom of before, and we didn't really kind of get an answer to that? Do you have that information with regards to the host agreement?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question. What, other agents?
There were a lot of questions related to the host agreement. We had a subcommittee meeting, and it had to do with the use of the word affiliates, because affiliates were, that term was used throughout the contract. And I'm just going to stop for 1 minute, because this is really, we're getting into the next petition. So I'd really like to wrap up 4125, and then we can proceed to the next one, and then we
Fair
can,
enough.
Okay, thank you. So I just want to wrap up the petition that will put language in our existing zoning ordinance banning horse and dog racing. It's right now, our understanding is that horse and dog racing is not allowed because it's not in our zoning agreement, but this would be specific language that we feel, or some people feel, would be a good thing just to be specific. So if there's anybody I'm sorry, you've already.
Oh, is it?
Yes, of course, yes. If there's anybody else, I will ask that wants to speak specifically on petition 4125. Thank you.
Thanks. Hi, everyone. Good evening, everyone. My name is Kathy Krzyzak. I reside at 20 Hillary Road in Leominster. I grew up in Leominster. I was originally in Ward 5. Now I'm in Ward 4 after spending several years outside of the area for work in the Boston area and the Washington, D.C. area. My husband and I moved back to Leominster. Actually, he moved with me. He's not from Leominster. Part of what attracted us back to the community, other than family, was the fact that it is a community that is family-oriented. It is the middle of Massachusetts. It is lovely. It says everything that you want about New England from all these wonderful festivals we have downtown that weren't here when I was a child. What has sort of stood out to me about this experience of watching this petition come up regarding horse racing is that I used to live near Suffolk Downs, and I'm very familiar with what it's sort of like to watch the decline of something like horse racing. First of all, I want to say that reading the room or reading society today, there is not a huge appetite for horse racing. It does not have the same sort of prestige the day in and day out, other than those really big races that were brought up by a previous speaker. It is not something that I would say the young people seem to favor the same way that, my grandfather used to go and see the races. He used to see the ponies. It just doesn't happen. And Suffolk Downs was a sad place. It really, really was, to watch its decline. When I talk to my friends who don't live in the area, because I was living in the Boston area for some time, and I say that I live in Leominster, some of them have heard of this issue. And they actually are like, why in the world would this town in the middle of Massachusetts that has all this charm ever entertain the idea of being the place that welcomes horse racing to the area? It doesn't speak to the values or to the sort of the way in which we want to be portrayed. It does nothing for our home values. When I think of a place that I would go and buy a home, I wouldn't choose where Mohegan Sun is. I wouldn't choose any place that has a casino. I happen to also live about 2 miles from the Everett Casino and watch that go up. Nothing good has happened there either. It's nicer than it used to be, that area, but it also brings an element of folks who really aren't doing much for that community. It doesn't say community. So what I would say is this is not a time to buck the trend and to go into a direction that society generally isn't going and be the outsider who says, let's approve horse racing. It just doesn't make sense. I have lots of other thoughts, but we don't have much time, so I'll leave it at that.
Good evening, councilors. My name is Jim Bissett, and I'm from Gardner, Massachusetts. Originally, I lived in Leominster for 28 years. My family and my children live here. And I lived in the North Leominster area of Day Street. I'm here as an expert, I would say, on horse racing and greyhound racing, and I went often to the tracks. Suffolk Downs has turned into a housing development. Maybe that would be a good idea. But I'm here to say that, I'm repeating that it's a dying industry. It's not dying, but it's dead. Plain dead. If anybody going to be at the track, it would be me. Believe me. And I lived in the Jacksonville, Florida area. I was talking to one of my brother union members. I was a union member myself, but not with the same union, because I'm opposed to the track. As a union member, I lived in the Jacksonville, Florida area. They shut down greyhound racing totally throughout the state. Throughout the state, there's no greyhound racing. They have some great thoroughbred racing in the Miami area, but they have a couple of big races. Tampa Bay Downs, there's 2 tracks going right now in Florida. But across the country, there is nothing in New England, period. Nothing. There isn't a track in New England. Maybe there's somebody told me that Plainfield, because I've been back 4 years from Florida. Plainfield has a sulky track, but that's about all I know. But they also have that card play now, cards and off-track betting. And I used to go to Jacksonville for that. And they did well there, but there was a lot of opposition too, because from the Christian community that didn't want these type of gambling facilities going on. So I'm here and I'm concerned because up on Mechanic Street, those people that live in that area, who's going to pay for the devaluation of their property? I'm concerned about Groves Farm. All the traffic that's going to be coming off and on the highway at Groves Farm, they got to go out of business. So there are issues here. I come from Ghana just last year, shut down where it would be feasible to have a racetrack because it was in the city. It was out of the city. And it was breeding horses. It still is. But they shut it down. The city council there shut it down. There's no racing in Gardner. So what I have to say is, I've been to Foxborough Raceway. What did they do to that? That's where the football field is now. They tore it down. So all these, you're going after, why don't we do something positive with the community, rather than doing negative? You're going to put drinking, you're going to put a bar, and you're going to race 6 times a year. Give me a break. For 6 times a year, you're going to build a friggin' track? Doesn't make any sense. I thought people in Leominster were smarter than that. And I'm from Leominster too. So even though I live in Gardner and I worked in Fitchburg for 35 years, and I'm sure they don't want a track either. So I'm gonna call it. I gave my piece, and hopefully this will not get into the community. Let's do something positive with the city of Leominster.
Ma'am, do you want to speak specifically on 4125? Okay, on the...
Hi, my name is Jean Robbie. I'm from Fitchburg. I was jotting down notes. I'll make this very quick. You want to put an adult facility in a family community. I don't understand that. I came here in 2013 from Las Vegas, Nevada. So I'm very familiar with gambling. It destroyed my marriage. So my children were raised with a single parent. Las Vegas was promised with all the gambling. They were promised that if anything were to happen, that the gambling, all the casinos, all the horse racing, all the betting would be able to hold that town. Well, guess what? It didn't. No. In 2008, people lost everything, and the town did not survive. We lost jobs. I mean, everything just went. Construction went. Everything went. So that's a lie. That you can't always depend on that. And I heard him mention, do you have all the paperwork that has all the, obviously it didn't sound like you did, that everything that they had planned to put on? Do you have the plans that they show you anything of that? I'm trying to get through my notes, I'm sorry. I don't know what they're going to do if there's only 6 races going on. What are they going to do with it the rest of the time? And I heard a young lady speak about how it's just a small track. It's still going to end up on the race and sports book. So anybody can bet on it. It's going to destroy families. That's what gambling does. You have Gamblers Anonymous commercials going over your television and radio all over Massachusetts already. So are we going to add to that? Gambling destroys families and neighborhoods. The neighborhoods around the whole facility will start to decline and decay. And for final, I'm disappointed that the Pledge of Allegiance didn't start this whole thing. Thank you.
Funny you should mention that, because that's not the time of the meeting we do it. We start our regular meeting at 7 o'clock, and we started with the Pledge of Allegiance. So, sir, I'm going to ask you to just wait, hold your comment, because we're going to cut you off, because it's 7 o'clock right now. So if you'll join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now start with the roll call of the city councilors in attendance, starting with Councilor David Cormier.
Present.
Councilor Pauline Cormier.
Present.
Councilor Ardinger.
Present.
Councilor Noseworthy.
Present.
Councilor Tossi.
Present.
Councilor Shalfo Zephyr.
Present.
Councilor Robbins.
Present.
Councilor Frida.
Present.
I shall mark myself present. All 9 councilors are in attendance. Does the chairwoman of records have a report?
I do, Mr. President. I have reviewed the minutes from May 27th, 2025, June 9th, 2025, June 13th, 2025. Those are the special city council minutes. And June 23rd of 2025. I find them all to be in good order, and I'd ask that they be placed on record.
Very well, unless there's an objection, that may be done. I'll now entertain a motion to go into recess. Councilor Shalfo Zephyr, I have a second. All in favor? Recognize the usual manner. We are in recess, sir. You can speak.
Thank you. I didn't come here this evening planning to talk. First, my name's Steve LaJoy. I'm a business agent with USCW Local 1445. I'm a resident of Webster, Mass.
Keep the audience quiet, please. Thank you.
I didn't come here tonight planning to speak. I did come here in support of the racetrack, but I know that's a separate bill, so I'm not going to speak on that. What I am going to speak on is from my perception, this bill looks like a way to block people from being able to make an informed and reasonable decision on the other bill. It's a way, from my perception, if this law, if this gets passed, it prevents that.
Well, I'm going to stop you and tell you that that's not legally so.
Okay.
That if 41-25 passed this evening, literally later on this evening, we could pass zoning that would abrogate 41-25, so that's just not so.
For the record, I don't claim to be an expert on any of this. What I will do is I'll draw attention to the town of Charlton. The town of Charlton for a long time was a very small, quaint community. Very, the people that lived in Charlton, they all talked about how Charlton was, all residential houses, all community, no big business, with the exception of like the Route 20 corridor. They prided themselves on the fact that they didn't have big industry. The town of Charlton voted down a project which was designed to bring a movie theater and a small plaza into the town of Charlton. They didn't want to bring the traffic. They didn't want to impact the environment. They didn't want to invest the land that would have gone to that. As a result, they passed on it. The people that were looking to build that project ended up building the Millbury Blackstone Valley Plaza in the movie theater there that brings millions into the town of Millbury. That plaza provides massive amounts of overtime for the law enforcement officers in that community. The traffic, there's only one way in, one way out. It does get busy, but it is very controlled and very managed. A lot of effort went into it. There were a lot of concerns. Exactly one of those concerns was the one way in, one way out. They worked around it through meetings like this, through discussions, through a lot of planning. I just want to make sure that you take that into consideration, that Charlton lost all that money. Because the land that was proposed to be built on is now a massive Amazon building that's the size of an airport and a massive eyesore for that community that has brought massive number of trucks added to the Route 20 corridor, which is already dangerous enough. They had to grow. They had to increase revenue coming in, but they passed on one opportunity and ended up swallowing one that was much worse down the road. I'll leave it with that, with the exception of one addition. You should look at the casino in Everett, which brought in $4.2 million in a week. So I hear a lot of talk about casinos failing. I think you should also consider the ones that succeed. Thank you.
Hello, Jace Connor, 147 Johnny Appleseed Lane. This is getting weird. I think it was his name Silverstein? My understanding was that he's legal counsel for the city, speaking for over 4 minutes to caution you on your vote, and that it's unrealistic to have an actual plan, so it's more on principle. And why wouldn't it be too early to be marketing to everybody then, if we don't have an actual official plan and all of these nuances that you guys should take caution before you vote on? But anyway, that's weird. It threw me off a little bit. Regarding horse racing, even professional track gamblers say this project and its track is a joke. There's a lot of people that have piped up over this with year-long experience, whether they destroyed their family or not, that said this just isn't even how professional horse racing is run. Nobody with any salt in their horse would even race on such a track. It would just attract a lot of these lame horses. Gambling keeps coming up, and proponents keep talking about how you can already gamble on your phone. So what's the big deal? People are going to do it. Well, that's true. But I was also curious while we were listening to people talk. I Googled, and people can fact check this, how many bars there already are in Leominster. Anybody want to take a guess? 26. As of 2025, according to AI, who aggregates the World Wide Web, so I don't know how accurate it is. I'm sure a couple are already under. But it cites that as of 2025, 86 bars are already in Leominster. I don't think we need another sports bar.
That's right.
The last topic, which is probably more important to me personally, is on this landfill. The first person that spoke talked about how it's quarterly testing. True. How it's publicly available. True. I've looked at a lot of that data in the quarterly tests. I've even put in records requests saying, hey, how did it look last quarter? There hasn't been a year where there isn't exceedance notices on this landfill. Benzene, levels of methane at explosive levels on certain wells. And these wells, by the way, are less than, or actually exactly almost 100 feet from houses across the street, because you have to have a 100-foot buffer from a landfill to develop. So they're right there. They spike up all the time. You all have access to that data. I'm sure you're smart enough if you've looked at it and said this probably isn't a good idea. It even gets bigger than that. We've heard people talking, and the mayor even said, we dug up part of that landfill. You guys all familiar with where it went? 600 feet from my house on Johnny Appleseed Lane. It's not marked. It's not mitigated. Most people don't even know about it. So the city hasn't even mitigated a landfill, portions of the Mechanic Street highly toxic Plastic City landfill that they moved out a half mile down the road. It's been abandoned. It's covered up. it's still classified by the state as open, but inactive. So the city's not doing anything about that, but yet we want to now let somebody come in and build on top of the other landfill. There's a whole lot of reasons. You guys are smart enough to know why this is a bad idea, whether it's on gambling, horse racing, or the landfill development. So I got that.
I just want to make sure that this is on the
Yes.
petition that we're speaking about.
4125, yes, thank you. My name is Laurie Salafi. I live at 837 Lancaster Street, and I am against the horse racing in Leominster as well, and I am for this petition due to the fact that, you know, knowing my sister-in-law who does live in Florida, and they have horse racing and horse shows and all those things. And she has a horse as well, and she's seen many horses being just, she had one, somebody just left it there because it was not good enough to race. It was not good enough for anything that they wanted. So it was either off to Canada or somewhere else to be slaughtered, or she took it in and took care of it for many years. And I just think that bringing horse racing here and seeing, knowing that, you know, they have all these laws and bills and things, but things happen behind closed doors and behind people's backs. And I don't think that it would be monitored enough to avoid having horses not being abused or drugged or any of the things that may go on in such an establishment. And I'm definitely against horse racing here in Leominster.
Hello, I'm Dylan McLean of 170 Walnut Street, and I am in favor of this petition to add this zoning description. I'm a local real estate agent. I've worked for the past 7.5 years over at Foster Healy. They've been here for over 100 years. I recently bought a house in town over on Walnut Street, and we're a family. We're a young family, which is a little bit more rare these days. I have 2 girls. We have our kids going to the private school right at the end of the street, and we're very happy. But something about zoning is very clear to me. I came from Fitchburg, which was West Fitchburg. I'm sure you all heard about Game On. That was all zoned rural residential. Now, there was special circumstances which you can add to this zoning classification, so it may be worth looking a little bit further into instead of an N. If you guys really feel in favor of this, you can put on that zoning layer a different description of it. But I do think that we should go with a no. I am not in favor of having this in our backyard for a number of reasons. It seems like an area of just naturalization. To further everybody's point on their valuation of their home, there's a neighborhood that was put and right beside before Game On was developed over in West Fitchburg, and that neighborhood was gorgeous, beautiful homes, just everything that you would want in a perfect, picturesque neighborhood, just like we have over on that side of town. However, their values are gone. They only have a regular value of a normal home inside of town instead of the private secluded area that they had. Nobody wants to have the traffic that's going through 2A right now. That would also benefit the factor on Mechanic Street, how much traffic we're going to have. I am in favor of bringing business to the city. I can't wait, and I hope that we have larger commercial developments, hopefully at Costco, Chick-fil-A, Starbucks, large anchor brands to bring us here, keep us stabilized in income. But I do think that any income that's given to us from this racetrack is just going to go right back to having to spend it on the police, the guy who's in charge of making sure that all of this stuff is in favor and in order. And it just doesn't seem like we need to put that burden on us. I'm 31. I was very active in Fitchburg, and now I'm moving to Leominster, or moved here, and I want to be active here too. This means that one day I could be sitting where you are, going, instead of with the financial budget that we have so balanced, it could be in the negatives because of all of the catastrophic damage that this could cost. The income is not going to support anything if they close. So, you can't get blood from a stone. And so I do think that we should have clear zoning laws so that way people know what they're buying. And I do think that you guys should consider that petition. Thank you.
Good evening, Steve Turchin, 40 South Cotton Street. I was born and raised in the city, okay? I was with my grandfather in the late 60s, early 70s, going into that dump. When you used to be, you look down, you look at Mechanic Street. Look, grandfather, we gonna go way up there? Yup, he says. Okay, remember, we were the plastic factory of the world. A lot of plastic companies dumped a lot of stuff in there, plus other residents' trash. So if you let this go through, who's gonna move the methane gas that's already piped in down the hill going to the water treatment plant? You start putting heavy equipment in there, bulldozers, excavator, rock trucks, Phil's gonna be bringing in there, it's gonna start pushing down. If something's not settled down there, it's gonna come up. Okay, what's gonna come up the ground? Who's gonna stop it? Nobody put that point. You got the National River, and I bought 6 to 10 stone there last year because of erosion. You look up the back side of Mechanic Street Extension, you see rocks over here. There's already a problem erosion there. Land moving around. You have to build a retaining wall. You have to bring water lines, sewer lines, electric power, all this big construction equipment. I can't see anybody doing this. I just want you people to let the landfill be it alone, leave it in. Like the last time I said, bring the sheep back. They did a great job mowing the lawn. That's what you guys gotta do. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Christina Marama. I live at 549 Mechanic Street, which is directly across the street from where this is going. You know, my concern is our livelihood, our children, our families, and, you know, it's gonna produce jobs for people that are gonna work there, and then they're gonna leave. Who's gonna pay our differences of when everything, lessens in what our values are? It's just not fair. And, I have a garden at home, and I'm wondering if I'm more safe to buy it at the grocery store rather than grow my own, because I have no idea what's in our grounds.
Really?
And I am for the petition.
Hello, Caitlin Smith, 194 Prospect Street. I will be very brief. This is specifically related to 4125. I would love if the City Council passed 4125 to ban horse and dog racing. I realize that the Planning Board recommended denial on the grounds that it's already not allowed. And I guess I would just say, in my opinion, that sometimes just taking a principled stand on something is meaningful in and of itself.
Fran Prevaszewski, 265 Joslin Street. I'm a lifelong resident of Leominster. I sent you guys a really lengthy email, so I'll be brief. When you're talking about the horses' welfare and everybody's talking about how they get this and that and they're taking care of the doping and everything, they don't take in consideration that horses' legs break when they're training and when they're racing. So this has nothing to do with doping. It's how the horses get euthanized and how they die when they're racing or even training. When they break their leg, they can't race again. They shoot them. They euthanize them. So Plainfield, they have, in 9 years, they've had 6 deaths. Like in 6 years, they had 6 deaths, 3 deaths, 1 death, 6 deaths. And every time they had 6 deaths, they said, oh, this is a lot for this track. But it's multiple times that they had 6 deaths. And that's sulky racings, that's harness racings. If you go to the Mass Gaming Commission, there is no thoroughbred racing licenses available. There is only harness racing licenses available. If you look on all these shiny brochures that Whitney and Associates sends, this million, well, it was 100,000, $1 million, $1.3 million, now it's $1.5 million. That's only if the track is in operation. If the track is not in operation, we get nothing.
So all these people think we're going to get $1 million. If the track folds, we get epis, nothing. We can see you later, Leominster. And it should be 013 is the place to be, not because we have a racetrack. It's because we have beautiful fairs and everything downtown Leominster in the Common. You can see friends that you haven't seen in a ton of years because everybody's there. The people that have businesses and they say it wrecks their business, who's open on a Saturday night with the exclusion of the restaurants? And that gives the restaurants business. We support our downtown businesses, our small businesses, when we have the fairs and everything downtown Leominster in the Common. If you have it over on Mechanic Street, what happens to the businesses? You can't have dining under the stars for the restaurants downtown if you have it down on Mechanic Street. How do those businesses, how do you support those businesses if it's over there? You don't support the small businesses, you're gonna lose those businesses. And we should stay, 01453 is the place to be. And that's where I live, and that's where I stay.
Good evening. Mike Matheson, 11 Sharamar Drive. I've lived in Leominster for about 15 years now. I'm wondering, how did we get here? Who in this town has the motivation to allow this to get here? Okay? Why are we here? Why are we hearing from people from Webster? This is Leominster. I'm asking you people to do your job. Protect this community. Thank you.
All right, I don't see anybody else coming to the podium to speak on or against 4125. So at this point, I'll go to the council to see if anybody wants to comment at all on 4125 before we close the public hearing. No one, okay. In that case, then I will recommend that the public hearing on 4125 petition be closed.
Thank you, Councilor. Now, we're about to commence the public hearing on 47-25. Inferentially, we heard a lot of comment about this already. Please take that into account when you come to the podium. We really don't need to hear the same arguments twice, but we will give fair hearing to this, and thank you for maintaining order throughout the evening. And I'll turn it over to the chairwoman now.
Mr. President, before you do that, would you introduce that we have our attorney with us as well?
Yes.
Introduce our attorney.
Yeah, our Justin Parada is here sitting. Usually we have the assistant city clerk sitting to my right. She's absent tonight, thankfully. So Justin, our city attorney from KP Law, is here sitting to my right if in case there's any need or legal question that comes up. Thank you, Justin. Thank you, Clerk. Councilor Bovenzi, are you prepared to proceed?
Yes. I haven't read the petition.
Oh, yeah,
I haven't opened
I'm
the public
sorry.
hearing. That's okay. So
We're putting the horse before the cart.
So this is a public hearing before the Legal Affairs Committee again. The Ward 1 Councilor, Mr. Tossi, is on the committee, as well as Councilor Pauline Cormier. Excuse me.
Could we just, I think we could do this in 10 minutes, if you let us speak first. And then
She has to
I have
put
to
the
read it in-
public notice in.
Okay.
Yep, I have to put the notice in, yep. So this is a public hearing on petition 4725. Brian R. Falk, attorney, on behalf of Crossroads Office Park LLC, requests to adopt the proposed Fairgrounds Overlay District zoning amendments. Number 1, to amend the City of Leominster zoning map to include the Fairgrounds Overlay District consisting of the following parcels: 670 Mechanic Street, Leominster, Mass. 690 Mechanic Street, Leominster, Mass. 694 Mechanic Street, Leominster, Mass. The city landfill property off Mechanic Street, Leominster, Mass. 2, and to further amend the City of Leominster zoning ordinance by adding a new section 22-34 Fairgrounds Overlay District, allowing the following uses by right: horse racing, sports bar, recreation outdoor, recreation indoor, business and professional office, and apartment multifamily dwelling. And the following uses by special permit: uses otherwise allowed in the FGO Fairgrounds Overlay District that involve outdoor amplified sound and permanent exterior lighting, excluding horse racing and sports bar uses. The amendment also seeks to implement dimensional regulations on off-street parking and loading requirements. So this is what is before us tonight. I was going to read your letter that we received earlier this week. I think it's an important part of the public record.
Would it be okay if we just spoke for a couple minutes and then I think
Well,
we could?
let me get this into the record, and then we can proceed in that way. So this is a letter received from the mayor's office, and I'll read it. It's dated July 7th, 2025. Mark Bedanza, Council President, Susan Shalafu Zephyr, Legal Affairs Chair, Leominster City Council, 25 West Street, Leominster, Mass. Dear Council President Bedanza and Chairwoman Shalafu Zephyr, I am writing with regards to the Fairground Overlay District zoning amendments currently before the Council. Over the past few months, there has been a significant amount of discussion at meetings and in the general public about the status of the landfill. Some of the information in public, particularly the inaccurate information, will leave people with lasting concerns over the status of the landfill, even if nothing is built on it. The city has done its due diligence over the past 30 years to successfully close, cap, and monitor the landfill under the guidance of licensed professionals. During the debate over the rezoning, there were consistent statements made about the landfill safety, insinuating that it is a, in quotes, ticking time bomb full of toxic waste, which is certainly not the case. I have identified an environmental firm with a vast amount of experience with landfills to do an in-depth study of both the condition of the landfill and any potential issues regarding the proposed project. This would be an independent firm exclusive of those with the current proposal, involved with the current proposal, or with the capping and monitoring of the landfill. The Fairgrounds proponent has agreed to pay for this analysis. Until this analysis is complete and presented in public, I would ask that the matter be given further time. Closing this debate prior to accurate information being presented to the city will result in the taxpayers bearing the financial burden of paying for said analysis in the very near future. With the information discussed in public as city officials, we would be doing a disservice to current and future residents, businesses, and any future project proponents if we did not present a document with an independent analysis of the effects of the landfill, particularly from a health perspective. I have heard from several property owners near the landfill who are concerned that their ability to sell their property now or in the future has been compromised by information during the public debate on the status of the landfill. I think it critical that the city provide a professional independent review of the status, including the risks of the landfill, so we will all be on the same page when moving forward with the use of this major parcel of land in Leominster. Sincerely, Dean J. Mazzarella, Mayor.
You made it sound better than I even wrote it. You did a good job. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Could we just leave?
You can certainly join. Are you okay with that, Counselor? Are you okay with that?
Oh, no, we're absolutely okay with that.
Okay.
Well, please, the audience, we don't need comments from the audience about this, please.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Okay, thank you. First, let me, because Mr. Bissett got a chance to tell you a story, I want to tell you my story. He's a good man. And he didn't bring me back a winning ball from the Red Sox game, but that's okay. My first day at the police academy, we all showed up with our haircut, khakis, we sat in the classroom. Instructors all came in, and because it's the first day, they sort of laid down some rules. In the process was a question about, could we get a volunteer? And 3 people volunteered. I'll leave Frank's last name out, but Frank volunteered, and he comes up, and they hand him one of those big old dictionaries that you see at the library that you swear nobody's ever gone through or looked at. They said, "Thank you, Frank," and they hand him the dictionary. And they said, "Well, you can sit down," and Frank went to sit down without the dictionary, and they said, "No, Frank, you've got to take the dictionary." So for the entire length of the police academy, Frank carried the dictionary. We had to go for rescue swimming. Frank wrapped it up in saran wrap. We went running every morning in the middle of winter. Frank took the dictionary. So a couple lessons. find out first what you're volunteering for, and the second lesson was get all the information. And since the very beginning of this process, I have tried my hardest to get all the information out, no matter what it is. I've talked to hundreds of people. I fully understand the issue of gaming. Trust me, I get it. And the butter, I get it. I understand the treatment of animals. I don't want to step on an ant. I get it. But one of my responsibilities as an elected officials is to make sure people get the information. Frank didn't ask for the information. The rest of us sat there, and I think we didn't know better either way. But I've worked real hard to try to get the information out. And when it's in favor of the petition, I'm for it. If it's against, then I'm against it. But my role here is two-pronged, and I think Attorney Silverstein, who, by the way, for those that were here, worked on a host agreement for the city. And so part of the responsibilities as the chief elected official is that you negotiate the host agreements. So when we had the marijuana facilities, the cannabis, it was my responsibility to negotiate a host agreement. When we had the casino and their proposal, I had to negotiate a host agreement. The host agreement, if I'm wrong, is to let people know if everything went perfectly, if MEPA review, traffic, environmental went through, what would it mean for the city? So I just want to make sure everybody understands that. And I did ask Councilor, so at this particular point, I don't know how many hundreds of emails I've answered, press calls. I did my best to get the information out, regardless of what side it was on. I do think I've done that. But I got to tell you, I am getting more and more and more people who quietly are becoming concerned. As Ms. Marama said today, do I go buy my vegetables or dig a hole and plant my own? And regardless of what happens here tonight, I do believe that we all, every single taxpayer, owns that cap landfill. Everybody deserves an explanation as to what is the status of that landfill. I do believe that, and I believe we ought to move forward. So right now we're talking about this proposal, but I have to tell you quietly, people that might not want to come here and speak tonight, they're concerned about what happens when somebody Googles my property. One person's flipping a house, somebody else is going to sell their house in the fall, and there are all kinds of different circumstances. I feel a responsibility to them and everybody in that neighborhood and every taxpayer. Let me just clear up one thing. And I have tried my best to get the information out, the correct information, regardless if people are mad at me because I gave the information. It was our administration that capped the landfill. It was our administration that built the gas collection system. Our administration. My favorite thing in the whole world was the sheep. That was my best thing. Maybe we could have bet on them who went the fastest. But the reality is, I just want to let you know, and it was said here tonight, and it keeps getting said, and now it's become a fact, we absolutely did not dig up anything in that landfill in my administration. And if somebody's got proof, I don't know where he went, but if you've got proof about that, then bring it in, bring it on. Because I'll tell you what, we dug it all up and took it all out. It's all documented. We did not. I'm not going to debate with anybody. We did not bring that. We hauled it out. It's all documented by licensed site professionals. They hauled it out.
Okay, we're not going to get into a debate
anyway,
here.
Well, I am saying for the record, under my administration, we never took anything out of there and moved it to John Appleseed Lane. And if anybody can prove otherwise, bring it on. Okay, so as part of this process, our job is to negotiate a host agreement. Jonathan Silverstein helped us negotiate a host agreement. And again, it's a what if. What if everything happens like it's supposed to? What does it mean to the city? So I did my best to negotiate the best deal that I could. If this thing was to ever happen, so that the public would understand, whether we agree or disagree, it's the best agreement that we could negotiate. So Jonathan, you started to take them through that earlier. We're just going to go through this. If you don't have any questions, that's fine. And then, and I appreciate the fact that you let me come up first, just so I could explain this.
Thank you, through you, Mr. President. So I gave a little bit of a thumbnail of the host community agreement earlier. I don't want to retread old ground. As I said, it's $1.5 million minimum in the first year of track operations revenue to the city. Happy to break that down if that's of interest. It requires all full DEP compliance and quarterly reports to the city, that any damage to the cap, any contamination that's discovered has to be fully mitigated and addressed by the applicant, whereas at this point, obviously that would be a cost to the city. I believe the city currently pays about $100,000 in costs for doing that work. So in addition to the $1.5 million in revenue, there would be $100,000 in saved expenses. Again, all under the guidance of a licensed site professional who has to be licensed and approved by DEP for any work done on the landfill. There would be, in addition to the payments, there would be certain benefits to the city, community use of the facility for free for recreation, youth riding lessons, equine therapy, and other recreational uses. Community events, free community events at the facility each year, an education and mentoring program for jobs, local vendors, and hiring preferences. The city would retain all of its rights to access, easements, and restrictions necessary to enforce the agreement and for other municipal purposes. If the property were ever abandoned or there was ever a default by the applicant, the city would have a right of reverter to recover the property. There would be a financial surety posted by the applicant in an amount in a form determined by the city to cover remediation, closure, and decommissioning of the project if there were ever such a default.
Both to amount and form?
Both to amount and form and approved by the city.
How about during the license phase? What would be the financial assurance?
During the
license phase?
Meaning
Before the lease?
Oh, yes, absolutely. It would be in the license and it would be in the lease, and there's indemnification of the city as well. There would be access and design requirements, lighting, no amplified outdoor music. I know that was something that I heard was a concern.
That's because it was in the petition.
Yeah.
I put that in there. No amplification, no sound reproduction, no lights, none of that.
That's been in the draft host community agreement since day one for about 6 months.
I read that it was in there.
The language is confusing.
Yes.
Just for the public, it says, uses otherwise allowed in the Fairgrounds operating overlay district that involve outdoor amplified sound and permanent exterior lighting, comma, excluding horse racing and sports bar uses. Doesn't say are prohibited.
I negotiated that right away, immediately. No amplification, no lights.
Just saying.
I think I can clarify.
All I'm saying is that's where it comes from.
I think I can clarify this easily. So the zoning petition, which I did not write, I believe incorporates other use categories from other areas of the zoning ordinance.
Right.
And is referring to those. So I can see how the way it's wording could be confusing, but I can tell you that in the host community agreement, it very clearly says there will be no outdoor sound amplification other than, announcers during the 6 races per year. So there won't be concerts out there with amplified music. There won't be other amplified sound except the announcers, obviously, during these 6 races per year.
Right, I'm on page 9 of 21, and in terms of lighting, lighting allowed by the city by special permit. So there may not be any initial lighting, but then there is the opportunity to go for special permit lighting. And in the following paragraph, the amplified sound, that is the same. Amplified sound by special permit.
Right. They didn't want, please understand this, and I think this is one of the other misconceptions. In order to do the gaming part, which, again, everybody has an opinion about, I'm fine with, I respect everybody. We can disagree, but we can be nice to each other. Really, it's okay. I get it. I've been around gambling my whole life. I get it. But it was me, Counselor, that said they didn't want anything. If they didn't have to do the horse racing, I don't think there'd be horse racing. Legislation requires it. One doesn't go without the other. It was me that brought it up and said, look, and they were like, hey, whatever you want to do. I'm the one that said, hey, if we wanted to use it for an event, could we use it for an event? And so I put it in there that if ever something came out that collectively the city said, that's a good thing, they'd have a mechanism to do that. As far as they're concerned, they don't want to do anything with this. Nothing. I'm the one that brought it up and said, hey, if we have a good use for it, something good happens. And, you know, the Little League, it's getting harder and harder to get parents to volunteer for Little League, Lassie League, all of these things. Maybe they'd want to use it. And so that's how that got in there. That's just if we ever had if we ever decided that we wanted to do something and the city wanted to do it, we would have a mechanism to do that. That wasn't their idea. That's why that's there.
Council Noseworthy, you have a question?
Sure, I just had a question. So I was just curious, we would have these fairgrounds and the ability to put on events, but there would never be concerts or performers. That feels really weird to me.
Well,
why would we have a fairgrounds if we wouldn't bring in performers?
I think that's what the mayor was saying, is that,
just answered that.
They had agreed to.
No, I'm sorry, I just want to clarify. Yeah. I understand people could come in and ask permission, but we're saying this isn't going to occur. Why would we have a fairgrounds if we weren't going to have musical performers coming in? And now you're saying, well, they could ask for special permission. But if that becomes the norm, the whole point is, why would you have a fairgrounds without having outside people come in and perform?
Let me just read. They said when they approached us.
Who's they, Dean? Can you be specific about they?
The proponents. Okay, Jim Whitney was the person that first came in and who was a developer here in town, said, this is what we want to do. And it was explained, we have the racing part is something we have to do. We don't have any other plans for this land. None. No concerts, nothing. It's not their business. They didn't want any part of it.
But that's what Fenway and Suffolk Downs and all those, they have concerts all the time.
I can just tell you to refer to the host agreement. That's where everything was specified.
I think I can answer that. So, again, someone said, why would anyone build a racetrack for 6 races? And the answer, I tried to be clear the first time I spoke, I'll be clear now. The only reason that anyone is building a racetrack is because that's your ticket to sports betting. So from the applicant's standpoint, they have to have 6 races a year so they can get a wagering license. From the city's standpoint, and I think maybe where your question is leading is, well, do we want to foreclose the ability to have concerts and other amplified performances at a fairground? That's a policy decision. The door is left open to grant a special permit for that, but it's in there as a protection because there are all sorts of things that happen. It can be a farmer's market. It can be all sorts of things that don't involve live amplified music, and that will be a question for the city in consideration of the neighbors and the neighborhood, because what we didn't want to have was an indication that is another way to make money off the property. The applicant could bring in, have late night concerts, amplified music. So that would be a policy decision for the city to determine if it wanted to issue a special permit for specific performances under limited circumstances, maybe during the day, so as to limit the impact.
Council Robbins.
I have a question for you, Attorney Silverstein. So multiple times you've made reference now to 6 race days a year, which is also in the host agreement. How can we guarantee 6 race days if state law says that there needs to be 20 live race days?
So what I would tell you, Counselor, is that the host community agreement is a binding contract. And if the host community agreement says no more than 6 race days per year, and I will tell you that the Gaming Commission recognizes that horse racing loses money each and every time it happens. And for other licensees historically, they have been very forgiving in terms of allowing fewer race days, recognizing that it's a money loser. And so this is a binding contract. If they can't exercise their license because the Gaming Commission says they have to host at least 20 races in a year, then that means they can't exercise their license. It doesn't mean they get out of the contract.
Okay.
I don't know why nobody's approached the legislators and said, why don't you write this off? Why don't you get everybody together and cut this whole thing loose? Because it doesn't make money. Look what it does. It divides people. Some people may want the gaming part and have no issue with that. Yet here we are, and nobody's filed legislation to get rid of this, because this is really the essence of it. So what I say is, let's file legislation and get rid of this. You know the state rep.
I mean, I appreciate the clarification on that, and I think it's just important that it's clear to the public that we can say 6, but they may come back and say 20, and we may have to look at this host agreement again, because they're going to want to execute their license. And to the mayor's point, as was stated earlier, this has been trying to sunset for a decade. You know, I think it's more of will of the legislature to actually let it sunset. And I'd be willing to bet that our state rep is supportive of letting it sunset.
Well, let's get something going and get rid of this, because this is insane. This is it's a lost leader. Nobody makes any money on it. And look, I mean, anyway, I just came to try to explain to this. It's a binding document. It brings in about 1.5 million. It helps to assist people with elderly, disabled, and veterans with their tax bill. It tries to give some money to the Little Leagues, Lassie Leagues. I try to spell everything out here. It's 1.5. It's actually 1.6, but then it has accelerators in it, and the accelerators will give us probably.
All right, can we quiet the audience down, please?
Yeah. Councilor Ardinger.
Thank you very much. I have a couple questions. It seems like this racetrack is really a red herring for the casino or the sports betting bar, right? What happens if the racetrack loses money to the point that they decide not to have races anymore? And do we lose the revenue at that point? I think from what I read in the host agreement, we do.
Yeah.
So if the
racetrack is inoperative, we do not get any money from the sports bar.
If the sports bar is operating, but the racetrack is not, the city has still guaranteed revenue, but it's a lower threshold.
I apologize, but I'm not a lawyer. By the way,
Again,
you know?
please, we don't
I'm
need
not a lawyer,
the audience noise.
You know, I don't have it right here with the fingertips, but when I read that, I said, "Oh no, this is definitely a red flag for me."
So I'm happy to answer the question. So what the host community agreement says is, until the racetrack is operational, the city is guaranteed $300,000 in simulcast revenue, as well as certain other fees and payments. Upon operation of the racetrack, then that number goes up to the 1.5 million minimum threshold in the first year, and that goes up pretty substantially in future years. If the racetrack later shuts down, and that means they lose their gaming license, their sports wagering license, at that point, they would be in default of the agreement, and the city would go after the financial surety to decommission the horse track, which frankly you know, it's the horse track. It's on top of the landfill. It's not like decommissioning a battery farm, say. But the city would have those remedies. But yes, if they shut down entirely, they're not bringing in revenue, then obviously the city doesn't get revenue under the host community agreement, but it has its remedies under the financial surety, under the bond.
Okay, I'm not sure, but I'll take your answer, okay? The second question I had is, as I read the host agreement, it says that this activities at the sports bar is included but not limited to internet gaming as may be authorized by Mass General laws. So in other words, could this sports bar have table games, anything like that?
No, so table games is not internet gaming. Internet gaming is another online platform. It's not currently legal in the state. But if it later, there have been various proposals over time to make it legal. And if it became legal, if the legislature authorized it, and similar to sports wagering, allowed the holder of a racing license to do internet gaming.
Or to do table gaming on premises?
Not table gaming on premises. That's not in the cards here. I mean, I can address that in a minute, but let me just finish. On internet gaming, which is an online platform,
right,
if that happens, then the city is guaranteed 2% of that revenue. That's a lot of things have to happen before that happens, but that's all internet-based. That's not on-site. Table gaming, on-site actual table gaming and slot machines, that is not contemplated or allowed. That would require a change to the entire gaming statute, Chapter 23K, which currently says that there's one available license for slot machines, and then there's one available license for the quote-unquote western section, which, believe it or not, Leominster would be in the western section, and that's already been issued to MGM, and there would be a whole, if MGM someday went under and someone wanted to propose to put a Class 1 casino at this facility, it would have to spend at least $1 billion putting it in, and it would be a very different licensing process. So no, there will not be table gaming at this location, regardless of what the council does tonight.
Can I follow up on that? Are you done, Frank?
Yeah.
I just want to follow up on that. So I'm looking at page 3 of the host agreement, and under gaming revenue, up top it talks about, this is about gaming payments, live racing and simulcast payments, sports wagering payments, and then other gaming revenue. And I'm reading from this, other gaming revenue. Fairgrounds will make payments to the city in an amount equal to 0.5% of net revenue received in connection with any other gaming activities authorized pursuant to any license or approval issued to Fairgrounds or any related entity by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. So what other kinds of gaming activities would that cover?
Yeah, so I put that language in because internet gaming, which I just described, that wasn't a thing a few years ago. I don't know what the next thing is, but I know that if this project were to move forward and an applicant were to get bingo, keno, whatever it might be, something that no one has even thought of yet because the industry is very creative, that the city should get a percentage of that income, whatever it might be in the future. So that is basically, we don't know what it is yet, but if it happens, the city is entitled to a piece of that revenue.
Mm-hmm. And I had asked you earlier, then we didn't quite finish, about the use of the word affiliates. Throughout, it's the Fairgrounds and their affiliates. And in this paragraph, it says issued, license of approval issued to Fairgrounds or any related entity. So who might these affiliates and related entities be?
So let me give you sports wagering as an example. Fairgrounds is not going to do the technical development of an online sports wagering platform, and they can probably answer this better than I can, and everything that goes along with it. That's a big capital investment. They're probably going to license their ability to do sports wagering to another entity that already has that technology.
Like DraftKings or somebody, I don't know.
Whoever,
I don't
you
know
know.
what they're about.
So again, this is written so that whoever ends up actually operating and collecting that revenue, if it's pursuant to the license under this host community agreement, the city's entitled to get that revenue. I don't know who they'll end up. I mean, they can't enter into a licensing agreement until they have a reasonable prospect of doing this, of going forward with this project. So I can't name who that would be, but whoever it is, the city's entitled to that revenue regardless of who ends up operating that platform.
Councilor Frida, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple questions, just on clarity. Is Brian Falk still involved with Bay State Racing?
I couldn't answer that.
Well, you've been dealing on our behalf, I assume.
I have.
And Brian Falk wrote this, and he submitted the petition to us. Attorney Bavenzi is here representing, I assume, Peter Zacchelli, who owns the 670, 690, 694 mechanic. So I'm just trying to figure out who's representing who and who's doing what. And the host agreement, have you rewritten it, or have you been negotiating with Brian Falk, or is there somebody else in the picture at this point?
All of my negotiations have been with Brian Falk, but I haven't spoken with him probably in a month or maybe more, but I have no knowledge of him having been, his services being terminated, but I really couldn't speak to that.
That probably wasn't a fair question for you, but I know that if there's negotiations going on, we have 3 attorneys in place, plus our 4th here who's just listening, but, I just want to make sure everybody knows who's here on whose behalf.
Right. We tried to cover the city so that if something goes bad, like there is something that goes bad, it's on them, not us. I mean, we try to minimize our exposure and obviously drive the best bargain we can to get the most amount of revenue. If they're making money, that's why we have accelerators in here. They do well, they make money, that citizens of Leominster deserve a percentage of that. So that's our part of this, is the host agreement, not the petition issue.
Right, and just to touch on something you just said, Attorney Silverstein, if there's another party that comes in that is actually doing the licensing, does that have to come back to the council? I know in the host agreements for the marijuana, we had an opportunity to look at that license and look at those that supposedly we were supposed to. It never happened. But to come back to us, any change in management, any change in licensing, or any major changes, although I know it was a special permit of the city council for the marijuana industry, but that would probably not the case with this, right? The special permit, would that be with us, with the council, or would that be with the planning board?
So I want to separate the zoning issue from the question of who is operating the platform for online gaming. I mean, that's not in the agreement because frankly that's something that's going to happen outside the city, and people will mainly be outside the city. Gaming Commission generally is going to be the one to do background checks and determine suitability and all of that. Isn't to say that if that were something that was, that was important to the council, we could put in a provision that there needs to be notice and approval of certain types of vendors that end up becoming affiliated with the project if that was something that was important to the council. It's not in there now.
And I know you're separating the host agreement with the land use and the zoning issue, but they are overlapping even in your descriptions of you're saying one thing that applies to the host agreement, but it's also going to the, so we're trying to follow where you're going with it.
Understood. And again, that could also be a condition of, say, site plan approval or whatever zoning approval ends up being in the final zoning if it were to be approved.
I'm good for now, thank you.
Mr. Bavenzi, who are you here representing?
So I'm representing the proponent, Mrs. Kelly's company, the landowner Crossroads.
Okay, so you're representing, and that, he's the proponent, okay.
Yes.
I think Councilor David Cormier.
Thank you very much. I just have a question. You know, I know we've kind of mentioned the marijuana host agreements, which we've dealt with in the past, and I believe that some communities have found out that some of the amounts of money they had in their host agreements, they really couldn't have charged and had to pay them back. And some of the marijuana companies, I think, I don't want to start, I think it was Harvard maybe, they, the marijuana company there gave forgiveness to the community, said we can, but we're not going to ask for it back. So can you explain to us the difference between the host agreement that you'd have for a marijuana company and this, that somebody isn't going to come back and say, you know, this all sounded good, but you can't do this, because that's happened with the marijuana. We were told we could collect certain revenues back in 2018 when we had all those host agreements and it all sounded great, but it really wasn't that great. So how's this different than that?
You're absolutely right on that. So the marijuana industry campaigned on how much revenue and how great this was going to be to cities and towns, and said cities and towns are going to get all this revenue, and as soon as they got legislation in their favor, they started a full court press PR campaign about all the greedy cities and towns getting too much revenue. And the legislature, there wasn't enough of a counter response to that, and the legislature passed a law that specifically and retroactively invalidated a lot of those provisions. All I can say is the gaming statute has been in place a lot longer than that, and host communities have been deriving a lot more revenue from the gaming establishments in their communities for a lot longer. And I think the gaming industry recognizes a little more maybe than the marijuana industry that they're not going to bite the hand that feeds them, and they've never asked for changes to the legislation. There's never been any proposed, and I've never even heard of any whispers about that. And I think it's also important to know that you're talking about an industry with a lot less competition. So yes, you could point to them as sort of, you know, the horror story of what can happen. I can't tell you it's impossible that it would happen, but all I can tell you is this regulatory regime has been in place much, much longer, and I've never even heard of anyone suggesting it, whereas the industry was complaining from day one about marijuana host community agreements.
Okay. My other question is, you're gonna have a bond or whatnot on the landfill, and whenever, you know, they do any testing or if anything move forward with any construction there, to be determined by the city?
Correct.
Right. So what kind of criteria do they use to determine how much of a bond? I mean, who knows what could happen? It could be $3 million. It could be $20 million. That something could happen that the city is on the hook for, or the developer's on the hook for, or whatnot. What criteria is used to determine that amount?
So, and I think this goes to what the mayor was saying earlier. If a planning board is going to require a bond for completion of a road, it gets input from its experts, peer review engineers. They put contingencies on it. They try to account for inflation. The bond amount has to be updated every so often to account for changes, fluctuations in costs. So whenever a municipality is setting a performance bond of any kind or a decommissioning bond, it's going to turn to experts. And so in this case, it would be someone with expertise in everything that can possibly go along with a closed landfill, that would be a very competent engineering firm with a deep bench of licensed site professionals who would provide that advice to the city in terms of how much of a bond to require based upon specific plans at that point that would have been designed and engineered, and those LSPs would be able to look at those specific plans and say, we think these are the potential risks and the circumstances in which those risks could result in something that might need a response. And this is what the cost would be today, and this is how much of a contingency we recommend, and this is what we've been seeing in terms of trends for how those costs increase over time. So it wouldn't be me or the mayor deciding, it would be someone competent to make those sorts of judgments.
Okay. Do you know of anywhere in Massachusetts where somebody's got a bond to do something with a landfill, whether it be to drill in it or build on it?
It happens all the time. I mean, cities and towns put playgrounds and parks on top of closed landfills with, you know, playground equipment and field houses and all sorts of things. It has to be designed a certain way based on the specifications of the closure. It happens all the time, absolutely, and any of it has to be approved by DEP and has to be designed and approved by LSPs.
Okay. Okay. I think I'm good for now, Madam Chair. Thank you. Thank you.
Council Pauline Cormier.
Okay, I'm trying to clarify for myself, okay? You're negotiating this community host agreement, and you're negotiating with, who's on the other side?
Attorney Falk was on the other side.
Okay, and who does he represent?
He represents Bay State Racing LLC.
Okay, so who else's signature is on the other side of this community host agreement? Just that one. Well, here's what I'm getting confused with. This is what's bothering me. Is we've now talked about Mr. Whitney, who's been here, who's making this proposal. We have Mr. Zakelli, who's here, that he owns certain properties, and then we're talking about affiliates that we can't say who they are. We don't know who they are yet. They could be anybody, but Mr. Whitney could get a license, but he's going to turn that license over to an affiliate that we don't have a community host agreement with that person. That's what my problem is we're doing all this to get the ball rolling, but we don't even know who we're getting the ball rolling with. And while we're doing that, we have Mr. Whitney on record saying, I don't care if there's ever a horse race run there. So if we're doing this community host agreement, to me it's got to have a good faith basis for this. And when I put this all together, and this is going to go to this person, this one's going to transfer the license to this person. And, oh, by the way, the city can use it as a fairgrounds, but they got to get our permission first. Like, it feels to me like we're just trying to, like, pull one over on the gaming commission.
No.
Yeah, I don't. Hold on. I take that personally because I negotiated this in the best interest of the city. Jim Whitney is the person that we're negotiating with. He's the local person. What the affiliates mean, and I think he's already pointed this out twice, affiliates is the people that they end up doing business with that are already there. DraftKings, I don't know the names of all these people. That's what the word affiliates mean.
But the license,
we don't know who they are. I don't know who they are.
I understand that.
Nobody knows who they are.
And it's not. It's just business. I'm trying to understand.
And the state gaming commission would have to approve that. I don't approve that. It's up to them. They're the ones that vet these people.
But what I'm saying is now you're just saying we're negotiating this with Mr. Whitney, but that's not what the lawyer just said.
That's right.
No, that's their attorney.
Could I clarify? So the licensee, the entity that's going to apply for the license from the Gaming Commission, is ultimately responsible for complying with the license and the host community agreement is Bay State Racing LLC, okay? So just as...
Who is that? Can you tell us who is Bay State Racing LLC? Can you tell us
Who the principals are?
who is that company? Who is Bay State Racing LLC?
Mr. Bedeza can probably tell you, but if I could just really quickly, in terms of who the managers are.
James Whitney.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
he's the manager.
He's the person that.
So who else has a membership interest in the LLC?
Right, yeah.
You don't know?
I don't know.
All right.
That's not
Fair answer.
That's not usually something that you negotiate with the licensee. The licensee is going to hold the license, and they're the ones responsible. So, in Plainville, Penn National Gaming was not the original applicant. Our Way Realty was the original applicant. They ended up getting bought out by Penn National Gaming. Penn National Gaming has vendors they do business with. They have security companies they use. They have laundry companies that they use. All of those companies have to comply with all of the requirements of the host community agreement, license, permits. They're affiliates. And ultimately, the buck stops with the license holder, and the license holder is required to make sure that anyone they're doing business with complies with the requirements of the host community agreement and the license.
And that's the jurisdiction of the Gaming Commission.
Right.
They're the ones that vet all of this.
But if the concern is they're going to, the license holder might be hiring or entering into contracts with other entities for discrete aspects of the operation, and we need to have separate host community agreements with them, that isn't legally the case, and it's not practically the way it could or ever has worked. You have a contract with the license holder, and the license holder is responsible for making sure that its affiliates, whoever it does business with, complies. Just like if you grant a subdivision approval to a developer and the developer hires a contractor and the contractor doesn't pave the way, to the thickness that they were supposed to, the applicant is responsible for making that right.
Okay. You done?
Maybe that's a question for the Gaming Commission. Ask the Gaming Commission to come down and ask them how they operate. This is a host agreement between us and them, and what happens between them and whoever those other parties are between the Gaming Commission and these entities, that could change 3 or 4 times before the project's actually built. I negotiated something that's transferable. So no matter who owns this project, it's transferable, the host agreement. And if there's something, remember, I sent this down to the council a while ago saying, look, if you wanted to add something to this, let me know and we'll add to it. Nobody added anything, so I went back and negotiated the best agreement I could, with the other side of the party. So
just, Mr. Mayor and Attorney Silverstein, I just did an internet search on Bay State Racing. It was an entity formed. There's only 2 Bay State Racing. Well, there's a Bay State Kennel and there's Bay State Racing. The managing member of that firm, if it's the correct one, there's only 2 that come up. I just showed Attorney Parada, is Seiji Genger. Does that name sound familiar to you?
I did the same review. Again, it's not unusual to have.
But he's listed as the managing member, and on your contract, the managing member is James Whitney.
Whoever the managing member is would have to sign the contract at the time.
I would assume that's an attorney because it's 100 Front Street. It might have been the
So
this deal was agreed upon with Jim Whitney, not anybody else. I didn't talk to anybody else. Jim Whitney, he's a local person. I know his reputation. I know the work that he's done here in the city, and I don't know all these other people.
And it was negotiated, a number of months ago. So if it's possible something has changed, but if and when there was an approval of the zoning and this contract got executed, just as, if a new mayor were to come in, then that would change on there. If a new managing member comes in, that changes on there at the time of execution.
Yeah,
that's just how it works.
their corporate filing isn't updated to a managing member, so it's Mr. Genger from day one still. So you did check that.
At the time of contract, it would be whoever is listed as the managing member. So
So you'd ratify the host agreement with whoever the managing member actually is?
Well, it's not ratified. It hasn't been signed. It's been negotiated.
There's a signature on it.
And agreed on.
Oh, well, I didn't.
Right, I did.
Oh,
I agree. That's what I said.
Oh, you wanted to get an execution just
By
to
somebody
have
local.
them bound.
Exactly.
So,
By somebody local, not,
Okay.
I don't, again, all this is up to the gaming commission. That's their.
I understand.
That's their
the city
position.
has not entered, this is not a final agreement.
That
at
was
this
my point for ratification, the word ratification, I guess.
Correct.
If you could use that word.
I mean, it would be just finalized before going into effect. It's
Okay,
not in effect.
fair enough.
So to just recap, I think we've stuck to the facts here. We've done our due diligence. A 2.5% increase in the tax rate is just over $2 million, and I hear it all the time. And I think I was here at the council several months ago explaining how it's becoming more and more difficult for the elderly to stay in their houses, the disabled. And anyway, I tried to negotiate it in that area. You could take the total amount and give it back to elderly, disabled, and low income. You could take the total amount and do it, add it to the tax base. But this is the agreement that was executed, and I think that was my responsibility in the process. That and getting the information out, the correct information. I know everybody, social media, there's all kinds of things out there. We really try to keep it factual based, and it's my intent still to move forward with getting a licensed site professional to take all of the work that has been done at the landfill, the cap landfill, all of the work in the gas collection system, boxes of information that have been done, and look at it all and issue a report to us so that every single resident of the city can get it if they want, the neighbors can get it, because eventually someone's going to go to sell their house, and this issue is going to come up about things that were said about the landfill. And
I don't
can't
disagree.
control it.
I don't disagree with that, whether this project is voted up or
Yes,
down
thank
tonight.
you.
Either way.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you. That's all I came here tonight to say. And as long as you understand, doesn't seem to be any more questions, and I'm sorry I took longer than 10 minutes. But.
Okay, good. Does anyone have any more questions for the trio? No? Okay,
Well,
good.
They're them. I got no part of Mr. Thomas.
A lot of people don't. So very quick, Madam Chair, councilors. For the record, Tom Bavenzi, and I represent the petitioner who at the corner crossroads, and with me tonight is the owner of that, Mr. Zacchelli, Peter Zacchelli. So we join in the mayor's concerns, although it's more particular to our site, about there being an independent study. We think that based on everything that's been said, and frankly, we think the characterization of the site, the landfill, as a toxic site, that has an incredibly deleterious effect on my client's property. And it results in the title to his property being encumbered. It's a slander to the extent that it affects the value today of that property. We think it is very important that the city, as the mayor has requested, be token to an independent, thorough, comprehensive study, environmental study of the site as it exists today, how it could exist in the future, and regardless of whether that be with horse track racing or anything else. Because the effect of what has been stated in public has devalued Mr. Zacchelli's property tremendously. He has a daycare tenant there. That obviously presents concerns. If there's further remediation that in any event should be done, everybody, the public, everybody should know about it. That same deleterious effect affects all the neighbors in that neighborhood. We heard some testimony here tonight about people are concerned about the well-being of the safety of their properties. So we would respectfully request this board consider a continuance to allow that report to be done. The Fairgrounds proponent has offered to pay for that report. That is not unusual. So the community picks their own experts, their own scientists, their own LSAPs, and the entire cost of that will be borne by the Fairgrounds proponent. And it'd be fair to everybody to see the same report, the same up-to-date comprehensive evidence. So respectfully, based on statements have been made, we think many are inaccurate or need to be further clarified or elaborated upon. We think it makes sense to have that report done, fully part of the record, before any vote is taken by this council whatsoever. And that is to protect not only my client's value to his property, but also the entire neighborhood and the community. We should know exactly what needs to be done with that site, regardless of its future use. And respectfully, I submit that that be something that the council would consider at this time.
This issue goes back a long way. Some of us will remember when the city was going to put a school on that property back in, I want to say, in the 80s, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Zakelli. In the 90s, it's been going on for a long, long time. And as I said to the mayor, separate and distinct from what we're voting on tonight, I think that study should be done for the future residents and our current residents of the city. And I would support it, whether we pay for it or somebody else pays for it. It needs to be done.
Thank you. Does any of the councilors have any questions for Mr. Bravenzi or Mr. Zakelli? No? Okay, thank you very much, the both of you. So right now we're going to open it up to public comment. So if anyone, what we'd like to do is, I know that lots of people will probably want to speak during the public hearing. And what I would ask is that if we could give some preference to Leominster residents, first of all, and then we want to hear from everybody. So we're happy to hear from people who live out of town as well. So if when you come to the microphone, if you would, again, give your name, your address, and if you have any affiliation with the project in any way, it would be really helpful to disclose that as well. So, would anybody like to come and speak? Thank you.
Sorry, I already spoke. I just wanted to apologize for my brief outburst regarding the mayor. I was born with a condition where I just get triggered when I hear bullshit, so.
Okay.
So, Lisa Nugent, 45 Beth Ave. There was quite a few disparities, and it was kind of concerning to me because we're talking about the person who is hired as legal counsel to represent the city in the HCA. Time and time again, we keep hearing about how horse racing is not revenue generating. It's not what they're after. They're after the gaming license. So why, as again, self-admitted tonight, why is the revenue to Leominster tied to the piece that A, may never happen, which was admitted at the Legal Sub-Affairs Committee meeting by Mr. Whitney himself, AKA a managing partner, and he kept saying a managing partner, so it's concerning that we don't know who all of the partners are. This is a 99-year lease where the city is going to be in bed with this for an awfully long time. So not knowing who exactly we're dealing with is completely unacceptable. The fact that you have all these attorneys sitting here tonight and no one could really answer the question. And thank you, President Bedanza, for pointing out that right now the only certificate for that particular company that's recognized by the state is not anybody that's here tonight. These are problems that really should be addressed ahead of time. Let's see, what else? I know I had a bunch of stuff on here. The fact that the hotel was not part of the initial petition. The fact that the HCA is not aligned with the petition. Councilor Frida, how many right now HCAs do we have right now that are faltering with the city because of the dispensaries and cannabis situation right now?
I think the Ward 3 councilor alluded to it. We have 3 that they're, according to the attorney, they're in a different category, but 3 of them that are not functioning. They're useless.
And the HCAs for horse racing are not required by the state of Massachusetts. Not that it makes it whether it makes it binding or not, but they're not required for horse racing. So now you have 3 right now that are in receivership or some other state of status that are required by the state that hold no water, hold no sway. We've got, what, $30,000 from revenue from these things over how many years? Let's see what else.
226,000 in 6 years.
Okay, in 6 years. Now, and this here, again, we have what's coming to Leominster, the majority of it being tied to an aspect that at the Legal Sub-Affairs Committee, Whitney said, we're going to apply for a variance, we're going to try to get the gaming license, get the sports bar and online betting up first, and if the track doesn't happen, but our money's tied to that. Now, why do we pay for an attorney to negotiate that? Is that really the best that we could do? Let's see. That may be it, but I can't read my own handwriting. That's part of the problem. The fact that the racetrack is the size of it is too small. I mean, again, you're talking about something that if you look this up and you research it, a 1 mile track just for the track alone is 55 acres. This is just under 43 acres. It's 42.91 or something. And we're trying to shove a track on there, a hotel with a little racino. You've got the additional building and apartments. And again, we have a disparity of information. He sat here and said there's only one point of entry. Well, the engineer for their group last meeting basically said there is going to be pedestrian access on Mechanic Street. Those people, because they do not have enough parking spaces, which then brings it up to where are those other cars going to go? Where are they being shuttled in? No one's mentioned anything about that. But those side streets are going to be filled with cars. People are not going to be able to access their driveways. They're going to have people parking on their lawns. And I know they're saying, oh, there's not enough information, we should look at this. There's plenty of information. Anybody who's done the research, Borden used to dump there, that information is out there and available. We all know what's in there because or not all of us, but the majority of us have lived here for a very long time and understand that there's forever chemicals, there's just stuff in that we should not be messing with. And we most certainly shouldn't be doing it with people that have no experience or the money to actually back it up if something catastrophic should happen. So as someone had mentioned in the very first reading, we really should be looking at potentially what could happen and can we withstand that risk. Thank you.
John Souza, 347 Prospect Street, Chairman of the Planning Board. I've heard a lot tonight, and we heard a lot at our Planning Board meeting. It comes down to we have some problems with this in the basic plan. We talked about the ordinance that we have before us tonight. It's unacceptable. It's incomplete. It doesn't cover a half of the bases that the planning board requires to be covered. A couple of issues. They call for a building, but they put a height in there of none. It could be any height. They add apartments, but there's no density. How many apartments? Is it 50? Is it 500? Right now in the city, we typically have 8 per acre. We were forced to go to 14 by the MBTA. We now have one developer in the city trying to go to Fort North, 39.6. Okay, could that happen? The way that ordinance is written, it could. The ordinance as it's written calls for site plan approval. And what people don't know, a planning board, there are 2 basic things that we work with: site plan and special permit. Site plan is once I have a plan, I have a layout, I know what my building is, I know what my square foot is, it gives me my setbacks, it gives me what my parking is going to be, It gives me how wide my road has to be and all the fine details that we need. But there are a lot of things outside of that that the planning board can require. That would require traffic study. Well, if I have a site plan, I can't require a traffic. So it should be special permit. Now, is that special permit by the planning board or a special permit by the city council? The ordinance as it's written doesn't specify that. There are a number of other issues that just don't work the way the ordinance is written. It can't work. It just won't work. So therefore, when it came to the planning board, we looked at it, we really couldn't act on it, and our request and our recommendation to the city council was that be given leave to withdraw. And the reason for that is because it was incomplete. Couldn't do it. Building a house without a door or a foundation, I can't do it. So for those reasons, just talking on the ordinance, not whether it's pro or con for the city, because we've all heard that on both sides tonight, but just as the planning board is concerned, we can't work with the ordinance that's before you tonight. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Catherine Miller. I live on 8D St. Cecilia Street. It's a wicked cute neighborhood, if those of you are familiar with it. And I have a wicked quick story, I promise. So I actually am bummed the mayor's not here because I wanted to give him credit. I spent some time on the other side of the globe. Many of you are familiar with Hawaii, right? I spent 5 years there. 5 years which I wore a name tag that said I was from Leominster. Proud as could be, thinking nobody knew who it was. So I actually had it switched to Boston because, let's be honest, when we go that far, we say we're from Boston. Many people would come on, they'd be like, oh, where are you from? I'm like, oh, I'm from the hometown of Johnny Appleseed and the Pink Flamingo. Thinking that people would never understand what that was or who that was or whatever. They're these silly lawn ornaments. Nobody pays attention to that. It's a guy who threw some seeds, maybe or maybe he didn't, right? I grew up with it. He has, let's be honest, he has a fair, he has a school, he has a street, he has a wicked cute house, kind of near that guy over there. But there's no huge structure, there's no 30-foot wall, there's just a little house. I swear, it's half the size of this podium. 30 years I spent in this town thinking that guy was like fake, okay? I go to Hawaii, right, no, I go to Hawaii. It services 2,000 guests. Well, I worked on a boat, long story short. 2,000 guests I would meet. So many of them knew who Johnny Appleseed was, and so many of them owned pink flamingos. So what I'm trying to say is that when I got pregnant and raised my human, my decision was, where do I go? I'm on the other side of the globe. Mom and dad, they're kind of cool, but like they could come to Hawaii. It's pretty. Where am I gonna go? You know what? I want to go back to that place where Johnny Appleseed is from and pink flamingos are from. Because my mayor at the time has done an amazing job building this legacy that's super cool, right? It's kind of cheesy, kind of cute. I didn't want to move to Watertown where I had spent 3 years. I didn't want to move to Somerville where my son plays hockey and I drive 4 days a week. It's not where I want to raise my son. I want to raise my son in a small town where it's great, not with this. So this is my quick analogy, and I'm getting really nervous, I apologize. There's also something in town called El Camino. That chicken piccata is amazing. Delicious recipe, right? Let's give some credit. Those of you that are not from town, you should check it out. Those of you that have had it know it's missing one ingredient, which you could put back in, and I would never touch it because I hate capers. They're stupid. They're like Jell-O. They should be extinct. It's not a liquid or a solid, but we're getting into capers, right? If you introduce this ingredient, while it on paper looks good, if you mess with the El Camino recipe, that would suck. You can put broccoli in there. I don't think it's going to be that good. It may be, it might not be, but I'm not willing to risk it. It's El Camino chicken piccata, okay? So if you put this ingredient into our town, I don't really want to raise my 10-year-old here. Just saying. Thank you.
I don't know how I'm going to follow that up. Natalie Higgins, 333 Elm Street. I think the one thing I want to note is how proud I am of this city and how folks have shown up for the last few months. The council has commented on this. And I'm going to try, there has been a lot of focus on a lot of different things. I'm going to try to focus on the zoning amendment, which is before you today, and ultimately that first step to unlock all of the other steps. And why I have some deep concerns. It includes the Crossroads Office Park. It also includes the city landfill. We cannot remove the fact that you're being asked to change the zoning for the city landfill. 100-year-old landfill that was used to store a lot of our own personal waste and a lot of the plastic waste that made Leominster the city that it is. The ordinance in front of you today asks you to create a fairgrounds overlay district, allowing some uses by right. Horse racing on a city landfill, which isn't permitted by state law. I've talked about that before. We have a state law that prohibits horse racing for wagering on state or city or local land. So I don't know how the proponents are going to get through that. And it also adds other things, like what has been missing from so many of the notices, a hotel by right in a neighborhood, right? We have so many concerns about what changing the zoning of this site could mean for the neighbors, for the community, for the traffic, for the Nashua River. There is some legitimate concern about a landfill. We're doing okay right now with it capped. The Mass DEP monitors this, and the landfill has been capped for a long time. There are some things that they allow to do, and more than 115 times for communities that wanted to take this land and make it profitable, they have allowed solar arrays. In 2020 in Massachusetts, we had launched more than half of all of the public solar arrays on landfills in the entire country because it worked. And it created more energy, it lowered utility costs for communities, and it was safer than any of the other options. You as a city council can hope for the best with these folks who have so much hope for the opportunity it will bring Leominster. But you also have to prepare for the bad unintended consequences and the worst case scenarios. And I love this city, and I am so worried about what the cost will be if we let this zoning ordinance move forward. Thank you.
Representative Higgins. One of the things they want to do, if they succeed in step 1 and step 2, is to come to the legislature to exempt them from that provision that prohibits this facility from being built on city or state land. So I would assume as our representative in the home rule petition would be hard pressed to pass the legislature without the local representative being in favor of it, I'm guessing, right?
And we have solidified that law every single time we have extended the sunset provision. We have kept that in the underlying law. It is there intentionally.
All right. Good to hear. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Peter Latches, 22 DeMassa Drive, Leominster. I've heard a lot going on today, and what bothers me was talking about now we want to put forward some expert that knows about the landfill. This presentation from the beginning should have been up to the developer to come here, and he did with 2 people, strictly to talk to the council about the landfill. And you asked questions back and forth, and basically it came down very simply. We don't know until we look, and we'll follow all the regulations from the EPA. It's that simple. It's not complicated. So any expert's going to tell you the same thing. You don't know until you look in it. You dig there's certain pit holes or something, and you got to see the metals, precious metals, and everything else. I mean, you can talk till you're blue in the face. I hope you don't. I hope you just say, listen, I'm not the smartest guy in the room, but I'll tell you one thing. This is bad. This don't make sense. They come in with a different plan. They want the EPA to start over again. You already question them. You got good results and you got a good answer. Nobody knows until they go in and look at it. I don't care what expert you ask you that question, and that's what you're going to get. And the point is, I know it's a hard thing to say, well, we should make sure of this and that, but I would just run away from this whole project. It's just lousy. Now, a town of Plymouth voted 88% not to have this project. 11 communities, I think, turned this down. and one called it smoking mirrors. It's a con job. And we were talking about the racetracks, how they started. Basically, it's the city taxes pay for it. You know, it's called a, what's the fund? Do you know the fund they call?
Thoroughbred Racing Fund.
Yeah, right, exactly. And it's funded, right. It's all over the country. And basically, what the gambling, they had two gambling entities. They had the racetrack and they had the slots and the casinos. And they said, hey, why don't you help the other one? The racetracks. That's why the racetrack comes with the gambling. It's all conceived that way. And who makes the money? Everybody wants to know who makes the money. It's the breeders and the racetrack owners. Big money. Now, the casino is contributing to Plainfield $20 million a year. 20 million. Some of it they don't use, but over the years it built up to 25 million extra. So the state's looking at taking that back. But we are funding this gambling thing, so it makes a lot of money just for a few individuals. And usually if you trace the money, it's casino owners, and the big owners behind this. So I would hope, I was thinking, I went to 3 meetings. They were very good. The councilors all said, hey, listen, everybody's, you know, behaving themselves and talking politely to each other. And I know I was a union man, so I know a lot of union people are invested in this. But the reason so many people are against it is because these people live in Ward 2 and 3, and they're worried about this. And they're going to pay for it because all these things, it is advertised as a fairground. They're making it sound like the Iowa Fair. You know, you're gonna have car shows there, you're gonna have weddings there, and you're gonna have this there and that there. That's not gonna bring in any money. It costs they're saying it's gonna cost $40 million to build this. How ridiculous is that? You're gonna make money having a car fair there, or you know, any type of facilities there? How are you gonna make your money? It's just a con job. It's just to get these other people rich. And what I would say is, Leominster, I thought we were moving towards a vote today. I thought we were going to vote this up and down, yes or no.
We might if we make it to the end of the meeting. Just saying.
I missed it.
I said we might if we make it to the end of the meeting.
You know how to hurt somebody. I hope so.
It wasn't intentional.
Good evening, city councilors. My name is Ronnie Hall. And like that gentleman where it says, I am from Ward 2. I represent Ward 2A, B, and C. I have seen the landfill when it was taken down, when it was burning. I've seen the smell. Everyone who lived on French Hill saw the smell. And I'm very upset with this fairground thing, but somebody whispered to me last night, instead of the fairground, why don't you have a composting combine? Because everybody's been talking about this and that, but nobody's talking about sustainability. And the fairground is not sustainable the way they're presenting it. Like the guy in the movie Cool Hand Luke says, well, God has a failure to communicate. And we do have a failure to communicate. Large. I mean, y'all can laugh, but it's not funny. I live in Leominster. I was born in Leominster, and I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed we have to talk about the fairground and horses. What in the... Like someone was saying, what the heck is... What have you been smoking? What have you been drinking? My goodness. No. As much as it would be nice to have a composting combine here instead of a fairground. Somebody was talking about having the lambs brought back. But my biggest pit in all this is why has it taken so long to ask to have this investigated, to find out what is down deep over there. Because we all know what was put in there. Anybody who ever lived in Leominster, the plastics, the stuff that was thrown down there, what are they afraid to find, to dig? In 1970s, it was a laughing joke. Leominster had their own love canal, the dump, because on any given day they had to call the fire department to go and take off the fire. I'm not making this up. Look it up. It's an embarrassment. It's an embarrassment. We have to talk about this. I cannot believe it. I really can't.
Hello, Melissa Bible, 178 5th Street, and I had, again, prepared something, and then something happens in the meeting, and my thoughts all get thrown off. But just to go back to the topic of facts was a common theme. That's really hard to try to figure out, unfortunately. Facts should be facts, but when you hear a number of $1.6 million, it's not really about the horses, but many of us were at Southeast School that night in February, freezing, when we were told it's all about the horses. We're gonna bring agriculture back to Leominster. We're gonna bring equine education back to Leominster, to then get told, it's not really about the horses. Anyway, so I speak to you briefly tonight on behalf of two petitions. One is the horse track petition. Many people will speak, as they already have. What I really ask is that you trust that hair on the back of your neck that's telling you that this is a bad decision. And what I'm also asking is that you trust your neighbors. Your neighbors are telling you no. Please respect that. I also speak tonight in regards to the petition for the increase in the school committee stipend. I ask that you think of the countless hours we elected officials spend at committee and subcommittee meetings, and we're receiving inequitable pay as opposed to other elected officials.
You can speak in the public forum on that.
This isn't the public forum.
No.
We're not even there yet. I'll go back.
Unfortunately. If you'd like to get to the public forum, we'd be happy to accommodate you.
Okay, is there anybody else in the public who would like to speak in support of or in opposition to petition?
Hi.
Go ahead.
I'm going to try and be quick because I didn't plan on speaking, but I just wanted to clarify a few things that have been mentioned here. First of all, Seiji Ginger, who is the only managing member of Bay State Racing according to the corporate records on file with the Secretary of State's office, was in Gardner for every single meeting. Every single public meeting regarding Bay State Racing. Oh, I'm sorry, Barbara Kellogg, 9 Stetson Road, Hawley. Sorry. Seiji lives in Connecticut, works in investments in New York City, and 100 Front Street, Worcester is Brian Fox address. Jonathan Silverstein, as attorney for the town of Sturbridge, when they were looking to do horse racing there, and was present at that public hearing, and where assurances were made that the town would have ongoing control and be able to make decisions, especially through a host community agreement that again hadn't been finalized. He certainly must have known that almost the next day, Bay State Racing's predecessor filed an application for horse racing and cited a case from the SJC that stated that once a city or town has approved a location for horse racing, that was it. Their jurisdiction was ended. They have no further control. And because the Gaming Commission and the state have total regulatory control over horse racing, they preempt anything that the town or city would want to do. So, and as an attorney for Plainville, he certainly knows that they are required to race by the state over 100 days a year. That's a requirement. They have to race over 100 days a year. It used to be 100 days a year for thoroughbreds. They've whittled it down to the 20. I'm not sure how anyone could assure you that there will only be 6 days, because it's not up to you and it's not up to them. Now, when Bay State was in Gardner, their attorney, Stefanini, admitted that horse racing lost money. He admitted that every single day that they raced was a loss of approximately $500,000 per day. So they don't want to race. They want a gaming license. This host community agreement, which talks about future gaming, horse racing is not gaming, simulcasting is not gaming, and sports betting is not gaming. Gaming is casinos, gaming is slots. Gaming is, by state law, is something different than what you're talking about here. And for them to get their online sports betting, which they've talked about doing it online, you do it on your phone at the site, they're required by state law to have a retail online, retail site for sports betting. And there is no requirement that that would have to be in Leominster. So they could have that and have that money-making aspect of it in some other town in Worcester County. It wouldn't have to be in Leominster. Or it could be. So it could be there. You could have it, the retail, they'd be required, you know, to put a substantial amount of money into that in order to get their online sports betting license. And all of their economic studies have shown them that they can't survive without the sports betting. And the racing can't survive without any of this. And I don't, I'm not sure. I think pretty much everything else has been covered, but the host community agreement, I mean, just to be totally clear, that is not required by state law for horse racing, for simulcasting, for sports betting. It is required for a slots casino, which is what Plainville has and which is what Jonathan Silverstein is experienced with. So they have one, it's required by state law, and they've had no problems with it because without the host community agreement, they don't have their gambling. And slots is where the money really is. So that's it. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Arlene Stiff. I live at 477 Grant Street. There's a lot of questions about what happens with where sports betting revenue goes. Well, it mostly goes to the state. And it says the state government is the primary beneficiary of it, not the communities. Plain Ridge, there's some discussion about that, has not actually ever met the projections of the revenues that it originally said it was going to do when it first opened. And the other thing I have is, what vision do we have for economic development here? If it's always, you know, gaming, sports betting, now horse racing. We have Leominster High School with a technical innovation program. These students, these graduates are not going to want to work in what is traditionally, low-paying, high-turnover jobs in this kind of an industry. We have to have vision. I like the idea that somebody talked about maybe, a solar farm. But why aren't we following the Devon's model? Why? They have manufacturing, they have pharma, they have educational facilities there, and high tech. Where is our vision? And I would challenge this group to take a look beyond gaming and beyond these low-paying jobs, and let's get something in here that we won't lose our better students to, because they're going to move on. They're going to leave Leominster to find higher-paying jobs that's more challenging than, working in a gaming industry. So that's basically what I'm asking you to do is have a higher vision for this economic development in this city.
Hi, I'm Will Curusis. I'm from Sutter's Crossing here in Leominster. Pretty much everything that I wanted to say, can you hear me?
I didn't get your name.
Oh, Will Curusis. Pretty much everything I wanted to say has already been said, but everybody keeps talking about the revenue, and I feel like we're forgetting where the revenue actually comes from. And a paper that came out of UMass that looked at Springfield showed that over 40% of the revenue that was supposedly coming in was from people who lived in Springfield. So it's Leominster itself that's going to be paying all this money in essence, almost taxing itself. So I just think that's something to have in mind when we're thinking about it. It seems kind of strange to bring in something that's supposed to bring money to the community, but have that really coming largely from the community. Something to think about.
Are there any other folks in the public who would like to speak on petition 4725, excuse me?
I'll be quick. It's Jean Rabe, that's R-A-A-B-E, and I am from Fitchburg, Seal. I'm just wanted to address, is it?
Councilor Cormier?
Yes. You were talking about the licensing. So while I was sitting there, I just kind of looked up a few things. And this is a major corporation, so they know all the loopholes and how to get in and out of stuff. And yes, you can sell your gaming licensing, and you can sell it several times. So I would hope you would look that up. They know all the loopholes, like I said, and all they have to do basically is what it got down to is inform you that they did so, that it was transferred. So you want to look into that. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
My name is Steve Baer. I'm from Belchertown, Mass. I want to address the ghost in the room. So we're going to use baby horses who bones and muscles and tendons aren't properly developed and use them to make money until they're 4 years old when they're obsolete or they can't compete anymore. And then what happens to them? So we're breeding them and we're killing them. The question is, how are we killing them? Sending them off to Mexico and Canada because we don't kill horses here? Or are we trying to adopt them out, which there are too many horses that we bred to adopt out? I also want to say that in racing horses, a veterinarian once looked at finish line photos and noticed on the horses' faces they were running in utter fear because horses by nature are obligate nose breathers, nasal breathers. With the bit in their mouth, they can't breathe properly, so they want to get to that finish line as quickly as possible so they can get back to breathing properly. Also, you can't sell, even if you wanted to, you can't sell that horse meat in the United States because they're on drugs. One of the drugs they use is Lasix, because when horses run, their heart beats really hard, the blood pumps into their lungs, and they bleed. A horse that is not on Lasix, you'll see blood actually coming out of their nose. So they're tainted meat if to use them for eating. And I would hope that no one would want to do that, just like they wouldn't want to eat dogs, because horses are pets. Thank you for your time and listening to me.
Hi everyone, short and sweet, just like me. Karen Valeri at 639 Mechanic Street. I just find it very interesting that I no longer see Mr. Whitney. Correct me if I'm wrong, I may be wrong, but he was here earlier. I would think it would behoove him to introduce himself to us, to explain, to put our fears at ease, to talk about his proposal to us. I have never been approached, and finish line is right across from my house, so I just want to let that be noted.
Is there anybody else in the public who would like to speak on petition 4725?
Hi, how you doing?
Phil Valeri, 639 Mechanic Street as well. I'd like to, not say a bunch of everything people have been saying is great, and I appreciate Representative Higgins for your steadfast work on this subject, and everyone here for your time and taking everyone's comments and such. But I would just like to thank my friends who came from Gardner, Air, Clinton, Harvard, Shirley, here tonight, who, unlike many people behind me, don't stand to gain financially from being employed through this or being investors in this project. They are everyday middle-class workaday citizens who live in Fitchburg and all those other towns. Many of them have family members who were victims, who were victims of people who wanted to make a buck through gambling and drinking and all that. And I would just like to, comment that I'm very sick, and it's very sickening as a person who lives across the street that's had a great deal of respect for Mayor Mazzarella for many years, that his vision for this city seems to be, no matter what it is, if it makes us some money, it doesn't matter what it does to the people. And there will be people in this city that will be hurt because this goes through, if it does. And I look at everything that has to do with this, and you try to make sense of it, and the practical questions, they just all fall apart because they don't care about getting down to the nitty-gritty. They care about the money. They don't care about satisfying the people who live nearby. They're just numbers. They're just numbers on the street. And that's the truth. Thank you for your time.
Okay, is there anybody else who'd like to speak on petition 4725? I'll ask 3 times.
Oh, sorry, go there.
Dick O'Brien, 578 Merriam Ave. I've sat and listened to a lot of commentary on this subject tonight, and I think my opinion is overwhelmingly it's been opposed to this concept. And I think it boils down to a very simple question for all of you to consider. Do we want to bring the gaming industry, gambling, horse track racing into Leominster? In the long run, is what that decision going to do be positive for the city, or will it be a negative? Personally, I think the negative aspect of this decision far outweighs the cash that will bring in. And so I would oppose this petition, and I would urge you to vote against it. Thank you.
All right, for the first, second, and third time, is there anybody else in the public who would like to speak on petition 47-25? I guess I don't see anybody. So unless anybody on the city council has any questions or comments, I will declare the public hearing on petition 4725 closed.
Very well, thank you. Councilor Shalfo Zephyr, we're going to switch gears and we're going to talk about C94.
Okay.
Where is it? And school committee woman Bible can speak then.
Okay, so this is a public hearing on petition C-94. Dean J. Mazzarella, Mayor. Request an increase of $1,000 for Leominster School Committee members along with an annual cost of living increase based on the Consumer Price Index. This increase would begin at the start of next term. So this is, we have a public hearing tonight to discuss this. So if there's anybody in the public, well, if there's any council or city councilors that have any comments on this, and then I'll go to the public. If there's anybody who would like to speak in favor of C-94 or in opposition to C-94, please step to the podium.
All right. obviously in support of a financial increase for school committee members. As someone who's not running for school committee next term, I won't see a benefit of it, but I do think it provides equitable access for people running for school committee who then are ideally parents, have to pay for childcare expenses, everything along the line. I do have a question. I do have a question about the petition. And part of that is because we had our secretary reach out asking for information about the petition and how it was brought to your attention. Didn't really receive a response, and I think there was some confusion about why that was even being asked. And that's because on May 9th, after a school committee meeting where we brought it back to the mayor's attention saying, what's happening? We need some help with this. We received an email. Good morning. I will be putting in a $2,000 increase for school committee members at the next meeting of the City Council. This will bring the total to $4,500, which basic math is an issue here because we currently receive $2,000, and $2,000 is $4,000, not $4,500. And then we never received notice of a petition, and the petition 48 hours later was for a $1,000 increase. And then when we asked, how did this happen? The next school committee meeting, our chairperson wasn't at. And then the next school committee meeting after that, he canceled. So we've received no guidance from our chairperson. We've received no guidance from the school committee. And while I support an increase clearly for school committee members, because it is needed and I hope that it'll draw additional members, I would like there to be a discussion about why we feel $1,000 is appropriate and where did that number come from, because according to the mayor, it was going to be $2,000. Thank you.
I have reached out through the city clerk to the mayor to try to get some clarification on that. We haven't heard anything back. So we will follow up again, Liz, thank you, and see if we can get any kind of explanation from the mayor why the discrepancy between what he told the school committee he would do and what he submitted to us. I have no idea, and I have been trying to find out ever since this was on our agenda. Okay, all right. Is there anybody else in the public who would like to speak in support or opposition of this?
Hi, my name's Donna Fiducia. I'm from 75 Constitution Drive. I love what Melissa said, but I'm really in support. I know there's a $1,000 number on that, and I really do believe the school committee deserves more than a $1,000 increase. I think it's kind of a slap in the face, especially with everything that they do and the cost of everything today. So to me, I recommend something more like a $4,000 or $5,000 stipend for the school committee. They have a lot of work to do, and they got new buildings and a lot of things going on.
Thank you for that. We can't make that, just to be really clear.
I know, but I want to put it on record.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. And I want to put on record, I'd like to put on record that we have no control over that. We only can respond to what the mayor sends to us for the appropriation. So I want to be clear about that. It's not being held up by us. Okay, is there anybody else who would like to speak in support or in opposition for the second and third time? Okay, good. So I will keep this public hearing open because we will, again, contact the mayor's office and see if we can get some clarity on the confusion.
We'll pick a time, Counselor, later on in the agenda when it comes up for continued public hearing. And at long last, we get to the public forum. Now, some of you people signed up in the public forum, and this often happens, thinking that they needed to sign up to speak on the public hearing, so please don't feel compelled to speak in the public forum if that's what you did. But nonetheless, we will call your names. The first person signed up, well, first let me read the notice. The public forum is an opportunity for any member of the audience to speak on a matter specifically listed on the council agenda. Speakers will be asked to come to the microphone and state their formal name and address, along with identifying the specific items they wish to address. Each speaker is respectfully asked to keep their comments within a 2-minute time frame. The council will not be responding or answering any questions. However, at the discretion of the council president, clarification may be given. The first person signed up this evening is Scott Single.
I was going to speak on the racetrack, but I think that's been covered well.
It's a dead horse. Thank you. We appreciate that, Scott. Next is Lex Nugent.
I spoke earlier.
Thank you, Lex. Sal Ciccone, is he in the room? I think he might have left. Peter Latchis. And last but not least, Amanda Spart. So those are all the signed up people. Anybody that, you don't have to sign up to speak at the public forum, you're welcome to. Is there any member of the public that wishes to speak at the public forum on an agenda item this evening? Second time? And a third and final time, I declare the public forum closed. I share your sentiments. Moving on to communications from the mayor, starting with C1.
Dean J. Mazzarella, Mayor, requests that the digital equity plan as submitted by the Montezuma Regional Planning Commission be considered and subsequently approved by the City Council. This initiative was funded through the federal ARPA and Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. Leominster was provided with $40,000 in technical assistance funds for digital equity planning to hire Montezuma Regional Planning Commission to analyze access to the internet and digital technology. In addition, $57,000 has been reserved by the Massachusetts Broadband Institute for the implementation of Leominster's digital equity plan. The Massachusetts Regional Commission has submitted background information to the City Council. The implementation grant is due July 30th, 2025.
C1 is referred to the Chairwoman of Ways and Means.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I believe that I'm going to ask for regular course on this. I know people are looking for more information on it. I spoke with the clerk today, and we're going to get that information, and they are going to be in on our next council meeting, the very next meeting, so that they can do a presentation. We'll have the documentation prior to that.
All right, so C1 is going to get regular course. It's going to be set for a public hearing because we have to vote on this.
Okay.
For July 28th at 6:25 p.m., if that's okay, Madam Chairwoman?
It's perfect, thank you.
I'll check with the members of your committee. Councilor Ardinger?
I agree.
Councilor Cormier?
I also agree.
So the recommendation from Ways and Means is to give C1 further regular course and conduct a public hearing at 6:25 on 7/28. All those in favor, please recognize the usual manner. Anyone opposed? You want to lodge a vote on that? Okay. Great job. Really efficient. All right. C2.
Dean J. Mazzarella, Mayor, requests that an appropriation of $5,000 be made to the Twin Cities Rail Trail lease payments account, the same to be transferred from the Twin City Rail Trail grant account.
C2 is referred to the Chairman of Finance.
First time on the calendar, Mr. President, regular course.
C2 has been given regular course. Moving on to C3.
Dean J. Mazzarella, Mayor, requests that an appropriation of $10,000 be made to the library's operating account / building and grounds, the same to be transferred from the library's state aid account.
C3 is referred to the Chairman of Finance.
First time on the calendar, regular course.
Very well. C3 has been given regular course. Moving on to C4.
Dean J. Mazzarella, Mayor, requests that an appropriation of $1 million be made to the Fallbrook Capital Project Fund, the same amount to be transferred from the Stabilization Fund.
C4 is referred to the Chairman of Finance.
Once again, first time on the calendar, regular course.
Very well. C4 has been given regular course. And finally, C5.
Dean J. Mazzarella, Mayor, requests that an appropriation of $105,000 be made to the Building Capital Fund, the same to be transferred from the Stabilization Fund.
C5 is referred to the Chairman of Finance.
Once again, regular course.
Very well. C5 has been given regular course. Moving on to appointments in C6.
Dean J. Mazzarella, Mayor, respectfully requests the appointment of the following to the Board of Appeals, term to expire 4/15/2028. Elizabeth Boucher, 405 Johnny Appleseed Lane, Leominster.
C6 is referred to the Chairwoman of Ways and Means.
Thank you, Mr. President. Regular course, and could we invite Ms. Boucher for a interview?
We can. We'll do that on 7/28 at 6:20 p.m. That's okay. You want me to check with your committee members? Councilor Ardinger?
I agree.
Councilor Cormier?
I also agree.
Heard the recommendation to interview Ms. Boucher on 7/28 at 6:20 p.m. All in favor? Please recognize the usual manner. That may be done. Moving on to petitions, first time on the agenda, 1-26.
Ward 2 Councilor Pauline M. Cormier at large. Councilor Brandon Robbins requests to move pursuant to Mass General Laws Chapter 89, Section 9, and Leominster Municipal Code / Ordinances, Section 13-79, yield signs designating Mechanic Street southwesterly across the street from the most southerly point of Mechanic Street, Delta Island, as a yield street, be amended to a full stop and designated as a stop street as defined by and pursuant to Section 13-77.
1-26 is referred to the chairwoman of Legal Affairs.
Thank you very much. 126 should be given regular course with referrals to the DPW and the Leominster Police Department Traffic Sergeant.
And let's see, that's going to require a
And we
hearing
need
as
a-
well.
right, we need a
right?
public hearing.
All right. Do you want to put that on the 28th, or do you want to put it ahead of meeting? We should probably get those referrals back in time, I
We
would
should,
think. All right, so let's
absolutely,
put it on 7/28, and let's put that on at 6:35. Well, actually, make it 6:30.
Okay.
And I'll check with members of your committee. Councilor Pauline Cormier?
I agree.
Councilor Posse?
I agree.
Okay, so the Ways and Means, Legal Affairs is in unanimous position to recommend regular course and a public hearing on 7/28 at 6:30 with referrals to the DPW and Leominster Police Department. All in favor, please recognize the usual manner. All right, that may be done. Matters before the City Council. Is Ms. Camacho still here? I would be amazed if she was still on. All right, so I was going to move her appointment ahead if she was here, but we'll just do it in the regular course. So moving on to finance and C-107, is the chairman ready to report?
Yes, the financial report first.
Oh, yeah, please, sorry.
So I just want to point out one thing. I know Councilor Shalfo-Zephyr in the last report of the fiscal year 2025, there's been a new report submitted with all the dates on it. Have you seen that? Okay, that's all good to go. And nothing else has changed on that except all the dates are now there for when each appropriation came out of the respected accounts. So the first financial report of the fiscal year 2026, we began on July 1, 2025 in the stabilization fund with a balance of $24,086,485.59. Pending the two appropriations that are slated to come out of there, C-4 and C-5, if approved, we will have spent $1,105,000, and that will leave us with a balance of $22,981,485.59. The capital stabilization fund, we began with and still have a balance of $4,593,191.62. And the opioid stabilization fund, we began with a balance of $577,545.87, provided that we grant C-108 and C-107. That will leave us with a balance of $495,622.81, and that is the financial report.
Any questions? Councilor Shalfo-Zephyr?
Yep. Where is free cash, excess of deficiency? We had about 97,000 left.
That's all gonna get turned back over to free cash again. There is no free cash now because the books have closed out.
Okay, so we have to wait until it's certified.
Till
in
it's
October.
recertified.
Okay.
So whatever was left in there is gonna get, once again,
97,000, okay.
purged out to free cash in fiscal year 2026. Yep.
Thank you.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you. Everybody all set? All right, moving on to finance matters with C-107.
C-107, Dean J. Mazzarella Mayor requests that the appropriation be made to the police department salary and wages account, same amount to be transferred from the opioid stabilization fund. This is regarding the amount appropriated is designated to fund the fiscal year 26 salary of the jail diversion clinician. The salary is $68,000. That benefits are $9,513.06 for a total of $77,513.06. I did have a conversation with the comptroller today regarding this. They did just successfully hire a clinician in early June, which they've been working on for a while. We approved the funding. If you look at the last at the last opioid stabilization account. I think we approved the funding in November. They finally just hired one in early June. So there will be some 59,000 some odd dollars coming back to this fund. They will do the accounting for the unspent money. But for now, we're going to fund this position as the mayor had promised for at least 3 fiscal years. The person in this position knows that it is not permanent. They were hired under that condition. And so it'd be my recommendation that we grant C-107 and continue to fund this position out of these funds. And I'd ask you to check with members of my committee.
Councilor Pauline Cormier?
I agree.
Councilor Tossi?
I agree.
You heard the unanimous recommendation of the Finance Committee to grant C-107. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please recognize usual manner. The C-107 is granted by a vote of 9-0. Does the chairman have an order?
Yes, Mr. President, ordered that the sum of $77,513.06 be made to the police department salary and wages account, the same amount to be transferred from the opioid stabilization fund. Move for the adoption of the order.
You've heard the request to adopt the order. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting the order, please indicate by saying yay.
Yay.
Anyone opposed? The order is adopted by a vote of 9-0. Moving on to C-108.
C-108, Dean J. Mazzarella, Mayor, requests an appropriation of $4,410 be made to the Art on the Rocks out of the mayor's capital expense line in the general fund, the same amount to be transferred from the opioid stabilization fund. I have a letter here from Stacy Ciccolini. She's a public health nurse, just explaining that on May 28, 2025, a paint night was held at City Hall in honor of Mental Health Awareness Month, hosted by the Health Department. Art on the Rocks was hired to teach this painting class. This event falls under the guidelines to appropriate funds from the opioid abatement funds per section 37-E of the opioid abatement terms. So basically, I know that Councilor Shalford had a question. I believe that the event had already taken place, and they have not asked for the money yet. I did ask that question today, and basically what happened was, this kind of an event is they charge the city per person. They don't know if there's going to be 5 people that are going to show up or the 98 that ended up showing up. So they don't get billed, they don't get an invoice until the event has already happened and there's a head count. So I asked, if the city council didn't approve this or something of that nature, like now have we deficit spent? I asked that question directly to Jen Reddington, the comptroller, and the plan was, if the city council doesn't approve this, there is a fund that the mayor has for activities. That's where they would have taken the money out. So this is basically, at this point, an accounting matter. They can use opioid funds for this, so they want to transfer that money and account for that. And if we don't choose to do that, they take the money out of an activities account. It would be my recommendation that we acknowledge that we are in favor of spending funds on these sorts of things. From what I understand, everyone enjoyed themselves that day. It was a great event, and I'd like to see it continue. And it would be my recommendation that we grant C-108, and I ask that you check with members of my committee.
Councilor Pauline Cormier?
I agree.
Councilor Tossi?
I agree.
You've heard the unanimous recommendation of the Finance Committee to grant C-108. Is there discussion? Councilor Shalfo-Zephyr.
Yeah, through the chair to the Ward 3 chair. No, I appreciate the explanation. I mean, that, if they don't bill until they know how many people participate, then I understand why it was submitted the way it was. So I'm fine, thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilor. Anybody else? All right. All in favor of granting C-108, please recognize the usual manner. C-108 has been granted by a vote of 9-0. Does the chairman have an order?
Yes, Mr. President. Ordered that the sum of $4,410 be made to the Art on the Rocks out of the mayor's capital expense line in the general fund, the same amount to be transferred from the opioid stabilization fund. Move for the adoption of the order.
You've heard the request to adopt the order. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting the order, please indicate by saying yay.
Yay.
Anybody opposed? The order is adopted by a vote of 9-0. Moving on to C-109.
C-109, Dean J. Mazzarella, Mayor, requests an appropriation of $8,785.59 be made to the Leominster Public Television, the same amount to be transferred from the PEG Access and Cable Fund. These are quarter 3 funds to be dispersed per our contract. I just want to explain that nothing has changed in terms of these funds. The only difference is that some of us may remember some time ago, I think it was within the past year, we set up an account, a special account for PEG Access. And so what happens is instead of the payments being made directly to LTV, the payments are now required to come through the city and with our authorization get forwarded on to LTV. So it's just, as it was explained to me at the time when we set up the account, that's how they want us to, the city to account for these funds instead of directly going to LTV. They're going to come through us for approval. So at this point, we're the middleman for this money, and it'd be my recommendation that we grant C-109, and I'll ask that you check with members of my committee.
Councilor Pauline Cormier?
I agree.
And Councilor Tosse?
I agree.
You've heard the unanimous recommendation of the Finance Committee to grant C-109. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please recognize usual manner. By a vote of 9-0, C-109 has been granted. Does the chairman have an order?
Yes, Mr. President, order that the sum of $8,785.59 be made to the Leominster Public Access, the Leominster Public Television, the same amount to be transferred from the PEG Access and Cable Fund. Move for the adoption of the order.
You've heard the request to adopt the order. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting the order, please indicate by saying yea.
Yay.
Anyone opposed? The order is adopted by a vote of 9-0. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Moving on to Ways and Means and Appointments. Is the chairwoman ready to report?
Thank you, Mr. President. C-91, Dean J. Mazzarella, Mayor, requests the appointment of the following individuals to the Leominster Housing Authority. Term to expire April 15th of 2030. We met Tamara Camacho, who was in here today, and I said it earlier, and I'm going to repeat it today, is we are very fortunate with the people, the quality of the people, their education, their background, their willingness to help out, their commitment to the community. So it's my great pleasure to recommend Ms. Camacho, and I would ask you to check with members of my committee.
Sure. Councilor Arndinger?
I agree.
Councilor David Cormier?
I absolutely agree.
Okay. Any discussion? This will be by roll call, starting with Councilor David Cormier.
Yay.
Councilor Pauline Cormier.
Yay.
Councilor Arndinger.
Yay.
Councilor Tosse.
Yay.
I'm sorry, Councilor Noseworthy.
Yay.
Councilor Tosse.
Yay.
Councilor Shalfo Zephyr.
Yay.
Councilor Robbins.
Yay.
Councilor Frida.
Yay.
I'll be recorded as yay. The confirmation is approved by a vote of 9-0. Yay. Seems like it was years ago that we did that. And moving on to C-92.
Thank you, Mr. President. C-92, Dean J. Mazzarella, Mayor, requests the appointment of the following individual to the Conservation Commission, term to expire April 15th of 2028. Again, we had the opportunity to speak with Jordan Vachon tonight. She is an outstanding candidate, and she would get my recommendation, and I'd ask you to check with members of my committee.
Councilor Arndinger.
I certainly agree.
Councilor David Cormier.
I also agree.
Any further discussion from the council? Otherwise, this will be by roll call vote, starting with Councilor David Cormier.
Yay.
Councilor Pauline Cormier.
Yay.
Councilor Arndinger.
Yay.
Councilor Noseworthy.
Yay.
Councilor Tosse.
Yay.
Councilor Shalfo Zephyr.
Yay.
Councilor Robbins.
Yay.
Councilor Frida.
Yay.
I shall be recorded as yay. The confirmation is confirmed by those 9 Very good. All right.
Mr. President, 51-25, I need to abstain. It's partially owned by my employer.
Okay, your abstention is so noted. And this is 51-25. Is the Public Service Committee ready to report?
I am. Thank you, Mr. President. 51-25, Massachusetts Electric Company doing business as National Grid and Verizon New England, Inc. requests permission to locate poles, wires, and fixtures, including the necessary sustaining and protect certain fixtures along and across the following public way. Walnut Street, National Grid to install one jointly owned pole on Walnut Street beginning at a point approximately 126 feet west of the center line of the intersection of Washington Street. Installing PE 16-2 in right-of-way Leominster, Mass. Location approximately as shown on plan attached. We had a public hearing again earlier this evening, which seems like forever ago, and we had a representative here from National Grid who explained to us basically a customer has asked for some upgraded access or upgraded service, which will require an additional pole. It's being put in the customer who made the request yard, and National Grid hadn't heard any comments from any other residents, so it would be my position to grant, and I'd ask that you check with the other members of my committee.
Councilor Frida?
I agree.
Councilor Noseworthy?
I agree.
You've heard the unanimous recommendation of the Public Service Committee to grant 51-25. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by saying, in the usual manner. 51-25 has been granted by a vote of 8-0. Moving on to Legal Affairs and C-94.
C-94, Dean J. Mazzarella, Mayor, request an increase of $1,000 for Leominster School Committee members along with an annual cost of living increase based on the Consumer Price Index. This increase would begin at the start of next term. We had a brief discussion earlier during the public hearing on this. We are still waiting for some clarification from the mayor's office. So my recommendation at this point would be further time with additional follow-up by the city clerk.
All right.
And would you check with my committee?
I
please?
will. Councilor Pauline Cormier?
I agree.
And Councilor Tossi?
I agree too.
All right, so is there any further discussion? The recommendation is further time, continue public hearing to 7:28, and I think the yield signing was 7:30, right? If I'm not mistaken. 6:30, right, what I'm talking about. So the last one was this one, so we'll go 6:35 on this. If that's okay, Councilor?
6:35, sure.
All right. All right, so all those in favor, please indicate in the usual manner. All right, now before we get to the main course, I'm going to ask for a motion to recess for like 5 minutes so I can use the men's room. Quite frankly.
That's a great idea.
All in favor? Okay, we'll be back shortly. All right, we're back in session.
Yep.
And we're on 41-25.
Can I waive the reading? Can I just read the first part?
Yeah,
and waive the rest
that's
of it?
fine.
Okay, is that okay?
Yep.
Good, okay. So this is petition 41-25. Lisa Nugent of 45 Beth Avenue, Leominster, requests that the city council prohibit all horse and dog racing and any associated betting or wagering anywhere within Leominster, Massachusetts by the following. Council President and our attorney has agreed that we can waive the rest of the reading because we read it earlier at a public hearing. So at this point, my recommendation on 4125 would be to grant. And I would, before I go guess to my committee, earlier in the evening I had given out to the city council information. We had voted on a similar petition previously on short-term rentals. I just want to remind the council of this. And the council passed a similar petition on short-term rentals, which included putting specific language in the zoning ordinance, right? If something is not in the zoning ordinance, it is not allowed. So adding language, some people think is redundant, but on the other hand, it could be, err on the side of specificity, and then it's very clear, right? So for short-term rentals, the city council did pass a petition authorizing additional language to be put in the zoning ordinance. So I just brought that just to remind folks about this, what had been worked on previously. And also at the time, we did get a planning board recommendation. The planning board voted 8-0 to make a positive recommendation on putting that language in the zoning ordinance. So this, to me, is the same exact thing as what we're looking at tonight. We just want to be clear. Right now, horse racing and dog racing is not in our zoning ordinance, so that means it's not allowed. But if we put the language in, erring on the side of being really clear and specific, I think is a good thing in this case. So my recommendation is to approve 41-25, and I would ask that you pull my committee.
Councilor Tossi
I agree.
and Councilor Pauline Cormier.
I agree.
Madam Chairwoman, before I open this up for debate, I was remiss during the public forum. One of the city residents, Nancy Koski, sent an email in, which I just want to read into the record. I simply forgot about it, and I apologize to Ms. Koski. But she wrote us, or sent me an email, and I'll read it. Good evening, Council President and our honorable city councilors. It has been a journey for us since February, bringing us to the culmination vote this evening. You have listened intently to the facts presented to you via hearings, subcommittee meetings, emails, phone calls, and from your constituents. Many questions at this moment remain unanswered or evasively answered by the proponents of the fairground proposal. The not knowing is the worst case scenario. On the surface, it may seem good for the city. However, when you all asked deep, hard questions, the room went silent except for the tapping of feet on the floor from nervousness. You are our councilors. We are your constituents, voted into office to protect us in the city from harm. Please err on the side of caution and vote yes on 41-25 and no on 47-25. May the Lord look down upon you all this evening and provide you with the courage to do the right thing. Respectfully, Nancy Koski. Sorry about that, Nancy. All right. So you've heard the unanimous recommendation of the Legal Affairs Committee to grant 41-25. Is there any further discussion? Seeing Councilor, I recognize Councilor David Cormier first.
Thank you. Yeah, I have no problem with clarifying, our ordinance regarding this. Obviously, it already is, and I have no problem with providing, clarity. But I think it's been, mentioned in the past that, this is like anything. Our ordinance book is a fluid document, and if somebody ever came in here with a proposal and there was, an appetite for it by this body, it could be changed. But for now, I have no problem with clarifying or bringing clarity to this section or to these definitions, if you will. So I'm in favor of the committee's recommendation.
Councilor Hardinger, I saw your hand.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. This vote today is going to be one of those that hits the old cliche. You can fool some of the people all of the time. You can fool all the people some of the time, but you can't fool all the people all the time. And I really think that this petition for the all the horse racing is just a red herring, as I said before, for the gambling. And I want to thank the state representative and the attorney from Holly, Mass. For clarifying that, because I vacillated on this. I really did. I saw some advantages to the city. I saw the disadvantages. But after hearing those two people speak tonight, my vote is solidified. So I thank them for doing that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Arndinger. Is there anything else? All right, I'm going to do this, Councilor Frida.
When we voted on the short-term rentals, we had a lot of discussion about that, and we had a lot of people come forward, the Realtor Association and a number of other people at that point that had some real serious concerns about the short-term rentals, especially where the building inspector had said that it was in the ordinance. The ordinance was clarified. It was very... he had the ability to deal with the issue if need be. So I believe 3 of us voted against it for that very reason. We didn't necessarily agree with the short-term rental petition, and we took the side of the planning, the building inspector. This is nothing against anything, but I have an issue with blanket voting on everything throughout the city and not dealing with something on the merits of an individual issue coming before us. So I don't know that I can support this for that reason. I'm concerned about saying no across the board on everything, and I just have a bit of an issue. It's not the content of this, it's blanket voting against something for the whole city. I think we should take things on an individual basis as they come before us. So I can't be supportive of this. I wasn't for the short-term rental, and I feel the same way about this as well.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. President. As one of the 3 referenced by the at-large councilor to my left in regards to the short-term rental petition, I think that the point was made by the Ward 3 councilor earlier and has been made countless times before that as well, that even if we put this in the ordinance, it doesn't mean that somebody can't try to change that tomorrow. So I really just don't see any harm in putting this in. Maybe it's a statement about what we as people of Leominster believe in. Maybe it's not, but that can be kind of left up to the reader. So I'm definitely going to be supportive of this.
Okay. Anybody else? Councilor Pauline Cormier?
Yeah, I'm just going to echo what Councilor Robbins said, is the people of Leominster, the citizens of Leominster in particular, the people that would, and we know that these two are basically connected to a certain degree. There's no appetite for that here in Leominster. I think they've been clear and loud. They don't want this here. They don't want this in the town, so I support it.
Okay. Councilor Noseworthy.
I just want to add to what's already been said, and I forget who said it in the audience, but I think sometimes a vote, even if it seems repetitive, is important because it's a matter of principle. So I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Anybody else? Councilor Frida.
Yeah, I'm looking at the next petition as possibly what the people of Leominster want. We all got phone calls as well from people that support this. I mean, whether we want to admit it or not, they have been there. I don't look at this as part of the gaming aspect of what's being presented tonight. I look at this as something that's completely different. I'm not going to sit here and say I don't care about the city of Leominster or the people, what the people want in the city of Leominster. What I'm saying is I have a concern about blanketing any kind of a decision on the whole city without looking at any kind of merits on something. We can vote everything down if we want to vote everything down. The building inspector has the ability to do that.
But I'm not going to sit here and be made to feel because I have a particular issue on the area and how it's looked at, to suggest that I don't support the people of Leominster, because that's absolutely not the case.
Okay, does that conclude our public debate? All right, so this will be by roll call vote, starting with Councilor Frida.
Nay.
Councilor Robbins.
Yay.
Councilor Shalfo Zephyr.
Yay.
Councilor Tossi.
Yay.
Councilor Noseworthy.
Yay.
Councilor Ardinger.
Yay.
Councilor Pauline Cormier.
Yay.
Councilor David Cormier.
Yay.
That shall be recorded as yay. 41-25 passes by a vote of 8-1. Councilor Shalfo Zephyr, the next item is 52-25, which is the protest petition.
That's right.
Do you want to read it into the record? And then this one here, and I think Councilor Parada would agree that this does not require a vote. The city clerk has determined that the petitioner met the provision of our zoning regulation that by having 20% of the abutters protest the petition, this will now require 7 votes instead of the typical supermajority of 6 votes. For informational purposes, we'll read it, but for the public, what this means is that under our zoning law, there's a provision that says if 20% or more of the abutters to the proposal, and now we're talking about 47-25 to come up, protest it, that it changes the vote requirement from a supermajority of 6 of the 9-member body to a supermajority of 7. So I'll have Councilor Shell certified by the city clerk, which has been done, right, Madam Clerk? Councilor, if you just want to read it.
Certainly. Petition 52-25, Mary Gleason of 12 5th Avenue, Leominster, Massachusetts requests the following. Per the Leominster Zoning Ordinance, Article 1, General Regulations, Section 22-14.14, Adoption and Amendment, Section 14-14, we, at least 20% of the abutters to the city landfill located off Mechanic Street, 670 Mechanic Street, 690 Mechanic Street, and 694 Mechanic Street are protesting petition 47-25, which seeks to create the, quote, Fairgrounds Overlay District, end quote, and are requesting, per the aforementioned zoning ordinance, that adoption of petition 4725 require a 3/4 vote of the City Council. Petition 47-25, which seeks to create the, quote, Fairgrounds Overlay District, end quote, not only clearly fails to meet the purposes it lists, 34.1.2, enhance revitalization and growth while preserving the integrity of adjacent neighborhoods, and 34.1.3, reduce conflict caused by incompatible development. It will, to our detriment, actually have the opposite effects. Additionally, the uses stated for purpose 34.1.1 in petition 47-25 are not active recreation, but are commercial and ones that will bear negative impacts on the entire community of Leominster.
Okay.
And that,
yep,
and that's been, no, the city clerk, as mentioned earlier, has certified that all of the signatures met the zoning ordinance, and thus we have a 7 vote requirement.
Very well. All right, thank you, Councilor. Councilor Frida.
Mr. President, just before we start, I'd like the record to note, for the first time in 8 years, you decided to reverse the voting
I sure did.
program. You sure did. I just want that noted, please.
You can have that noted in the record.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Maybe I'll do it more often.
Might as well. You got to start it. There are many times I'd like to be the first.
Well, we can meet that. We can meet your request. All right, Councilor Shalfo Zephyr, 47-25.
I'd like to make the same request to read the first section of it and then waive the rest of the reading. Thank you. So petition 47-25, Brian R. Falk, attorney on behalf of Crossroads Office, Park LLC, request to adopt the proposed Fairgrounds Overlay District zoning amendments. And this covers 670 Mechanic Street, 690 Mechanic Street, 694 Mechanic Street, and the city landfill property, which is off of Mechanic Street. So we've been discussing this for months and months and months, and I do want to thank everyone who has attended these meetings. I mean, they're long, you're taking time away from your families and probably just, living your own life. So, but people on both sides, of the petition, those who are in support of it and those who are against it, it's required a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of research, a lot of thought, and very congenial, well, congenial might be a little, but very, very good discourse. Everybody's been respectful, I think, of other people's opinions. So with that said, I have a lot of thoughts about this, but I'm going to keep my comments really brief. My recommendation would be to deny 47-25, and for a number of reasons. There are environmental concerns. I have serious concerns about the traffic in that area. I go up and down that stretch of Mechanic Street frequently. Every time I take that turn to go up the hill, I'm always afraid I'm going to get hit from somebody coming from Home Depot. So there are existing serious traffic problems in that area that I think this would only exacerbate. The neighborhood concerns are really at the top of my, my priority is really the neighborhood concerns. Years ago, some people here might remember Jack McLaughlin, who was a city councilor in Ward 1. And Jack was kind of a senior statesman. He had been mayor, he had been the Ward 1 councilor, and he gave me, when I came onto the city council a long time ago, he gave me one piece of advice. He said, "Sue, never hurt people where they live." And that has really stuck with me. I think if I thought, that if this was a really tough decision, if I thought it really was quality economic development for the city, if I thought it was really going to provide a lot of income, a lot of revenue for very important things that the city needs to do, I'd be much more conflicted about this. But I have very strong feelings about it. I don't think that the proposal that was put forward really provides enough for the city to offset any kind of the potential downside. So my recommendation again is to deny 47-25, and I would ask that you pull my committee.
Very well. Councilor Tossi?
I agree.
And Councilor Pauline Cormier?
I'm going to take a moment now, if I can. This is my ward. These are the people that I represent, and specifically, they're my number one priority. I grew up on French Hill. I've lived there my whole life. I went to the dump when I was a kid with my dad. My dad worked at Foster Grants. I know what was in the ground. I'm also the person that skated on the Nashua River, dyed whatever color. I've skated on blue ice, green ice, red ice. I've stained my school sneakers I don't know how many times. Anyway, I know it's there, and I'm going to say, and I know we've said it all along, I am so proud of the people of Leominster who have come out strong for this. I am so proud of the people of Ward 2 that have come out. Now, I've heard from both sides, and honestly, I'm going to say it now. I looked at this because I also hear from a lot of my constituents, a lot of people in the ward that are older. My parents have been in the same house for 50 years. It's expensive. Taxes are going up, everything's going up. People want to stay in their homes. People want to pass their homes on to their kids. So when I first saw this proposal, I looked at it from every single angle. Is this going to help us? Is this going to help the people? Is this going to help people to stay in their homes? And the reality of it is those answers never came. No answers that I could put any faith in. All kinds of issues have come up, and I know that there's a proposal to continue this, so a further evaluation could be done of the landfill. And I agree with that. I think it should be done. I think we should know what's down there and what it can possibly do. But I think that even if that came back 100% clear, they said there is no problem with building on that landfill. It's all the other issues that go along with it. What it brings to the community, what kind of atmosphere that we have. We take a lot of pride in saying we're a city, but we have that small town feel, right? you could film Hallmark specials for a year in the city of Leominster with the festivals that we have and the people that we have. The people of Ward 2, the people that would be affected by it the most are the people that have come together and have said, no, we don't want this. We don't want this brought here. It's going to change the atmosphere around here. We don't know what it's going to bring. It's not going to contribute to our community. And I'm sorry, you can make all the promises that you want about traffic. The traffic is already bad in that area. I can just envision the parking on the side streets, St. Cecilia's Cemetery being full with cars for any of these events going on. I just think that there's too many questions in this area, in my ward. This is my pledge, and I've said it all along, is I'm going to be your voice in Ward 2, and I believe I've done that, and I am I am opposed to this, so I might cast my vote in opposition.
All right, so the unanimous recommendation of the legal, we're not at debate yet, Mr. Cormier. Hold still just for a second. The unanimous recommendation of the Legal Affairs Committee is to deny, and I will turn the chair over. I'm glad you did that already, because I'm going to turn the chair over to you so that I might debate, and you can recognize Mr. Cormier.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. So just very quickly, I think this is a very easy decision for me anyway. I think it was confirmed tonight, by our state representative that what we're being asked to do is already contrary to state law. So you can't put this on public land anyway. That's number one. And number two, since day one, I've had a lot of concerns about the landfill. And, I don't think anybody's comments down here should bring alarm to a neighborhood that bought a house next to a landfill. It's like buying a house next to a pig farm. You're gonna have odors, okay? You buy a house near a landfill, there's gases in there. And this isn't the first time this has been brought up about the landfill and what we should put near it. And I was going to bring this up, and I think the president already brought it up. In the early 90s, the city had spent a lot of money. They were ready to put a school down at Crossroads, and this whole debate came up with the school committee at the time, and they abandoned the idea because it was next to the dump. I mean, this is nothing new. This council didn't raise concern with the landfill. We all know the landfill's there, and we all know that there is stuff in there that is not good. And so, my concern is I'm not going out on a limb and giving anybody permission to disturb the landfill any further. I've already brought up an issue with, and I loved the goats when you drove into town, but there's a reason why the goats haven't been back there. Because the sheep or whatever they are, because they did damage and there was some erosion that had to be mitigated. Okay, that came before this council in open session. Nobody tried to hide that. That was, I think, back in 2016, 2017. They chewed the grass down to the dirt, and we had some heavy rainstorms and we had some erosion. So I understand the sensitivity of the landfill, and do we owe it to the neighborhood maybe to see, more extensively where we stand? Yeah, I mean, and whoever wants to pay for it, if they want to be good citizens and come forward and pay for it, or whether the taxpayers own the problem, which, we all know it's a sin of the past. It's our landfill, and we're going to have to do what we have to do with it. But I'm not gonna vote to do something on public land that already says you can't do it. I'm not going to zone a piece of property to do something that already says you can't do it, and I'm not going to go out on a limb and say to somebody, let's start messing around with our landfill and start drilling into it, and on the hopes that we have some bond that people don't start pointing fingers at as to whose problem is what, if there's any problems found. So there's just a whole myriad of reasons why. And then, of course, as a ward councilor, the councilor next to me, you worry about the traffic and the noise and all the things that a ward councilor has to deal with, which would be her problem, not mine, but I understand and I respect that. So for a whole host of reasons, I want to thank the committee, Councilor Shalfo-Zephyr, for your hard work as the chair that had to step in after the death of our friend Pete and deal with this. You did a great job, and I will go along with your recommendation to deny 47-25. Thank you.
Councilor Bedanza.
Thank you. My sort of thought process about this, there's obviously many of the members of the public, as well as councilors, have raised concerns of a variety of nature. But my research, and most of my research, was about the development of an unlined landfill. And I couldn't get past that issue. So it didn't take me long to go and find some documents. And one of the documents I came across was a EPA report that was issued on January 10th of 1984. And it was titled The Potential Hazardous Waste Site Preliminary Assessment. And in that report, the federal authorities wrote, the landfill may have been subject to, quote, midnight dumping and the disposal of liquid waste from local chemical industries. Although highly suspected, no evidence currently exists. That's what they wrote in 1984. In another paragraph, they wrote, although this landfill has been solely notified by Borden Chemical, town officials highly suspect that many industries contributed hazardous as well as non-hazardous materials to the landfill over the years. Anybody who's lived here for a long time probably knows somebody who worked in those industries who may have actually dumped those 55-gallon steel drums onto the landfill. In fact, one of the anecdotes I heard was there was a certain thing you had to take off the top of the barrel before you dumped it there so it wouldn't explode when the tractor ran over it. Now, the sole notifier, being Borden, wrote their report, self-report, in May of 1974, so nearly 10 years before the EPA did its analysis about the potential hazardous waste site. This is what Borden wrote in their report. Sanitary wastes and storm drainage are discharged into the municipal systems. Cooling water is recycled through the cooling towers. Waste discharges to the aerated lagoon include waste process water, washdown, spillage, and boiler blowdown. The effluent from this lagoon is metered through a 6-inch partial flume into the City of Leominster's wastewater treatment facility. The majority of this wastewater to the lagoon comes from the PVC manufacturing plant. The major sources of wastewater from the PVC manufacturing process include 1, centrate from the PVC centrifuges, and cleanup and wash down from process areas. Since VCM is only used in the PVC manufacturing process, the other sources of waste to the lagoon are not enumerated here. Screenings are trucked away as required and disposed of in the city's sanitary landfill. The lagoon is dredged approximately every 3 years, with the sludge also being trucked away to the city's sanitary landfill. So, problem with unlined landfills is that if leachate escapes through the bottom of this landfill, as I asked Mr. Suberg, who was a lobbyist for the Fairgrounds, formerly DEP commissioner, what the receptor was, which is the first thing in the three-step process that DEP does to determine whether they would issue a permit for the redevelopment of this landfill. One of the important parts of that three-step process to identify the receptors, the environmental receptors. And of course, eventually they indicated that one of the receptors was the Nashua River. So just imagine if there was leachate that escaped the bottom of this unlined landfill and it found its way into the Nashua River, what that would cost somebody, whether it's the city of Leominster or somebody else. A couple of people mentioned Johnny Appleseed, quite interesting. I happen to know a little bit about him, and I will tell you that he was probably the first environmentalist, and he was the ultimate minimalist. He wore coffee sacks because there was no point in wasting it when you were done with whoever was finished with the coffee beans as a shirt. He wouldn't graft an apple tree, even though the Chinese had been doing it since 3000 BC, because he didn't want to hurt the plant, cut into the limb of the plant. So if we're going to pride ourselves as the home of Johnny Appleseed, we want to at least be responsible environmentalists. Long ago, back in the early 90s, I was the city solicitor. And I was called in at the last minute because the city solicitor before me quit. We had 3 school additions going on at the same time. 2 of them had gone bad. We had a 150-store mall subdivision going in on Jungle Road. And the city of Fitchburg was trying to build an industrial park right across the street from our drinking water, our primary drinking water source, the No Town Reservoir, which I believe supplies about 60% of our drinking water to the city of Leominster. And I want to say proudly, with my dear former colleague, Peter Angelini from Ward 5, we worked hard and long on that. And those 3 things really caused our poor beleaguered former city solicitor to give it up. And I wanted to make sure that that industrial park never got built. I had somebody from the environmental firm that did the feasibility study of that, revealed to me that there was a feasibility study when everybody else denied that one ever even existed. I just got that confirmed about 6 months ago by somebody who actually works in that company, that there was a feasibility study. I'm proud to say when you drive up Route 2, you do not see an industrial park. So there's no way I can put my name on this. End of discussion.
Councilor Robbins.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I guess I want to start with some of the similar comments. Just thanks to the Legal Affairs Committee for all of your hard work, and thanks to the public for your participation in this process. I think that, what we've seen over the past couple of months makes me even more proud to be from Leominster, because this is a tough issue that we dealt with dignity and really what discourse is supposed to look like, and doesn't look like across other forms of government, as we all know. So I want to thank the public for that. For those of you who don't know, my wife Carly and I actually welcomed our baby girl Mabel to the world on July 3rd. I was trying to avoid this, but I feel like that's important context, because since she's been born, one thing has stuck in my mind, and all of the other concerns that councilors who spoke before me have been important. But a question was posed to us at the last meeting about the legacy we as a council want to leave and the legacy that I want to leave behind for my daughter. And somebody who spoke earlier tonight, I think it was Catherine Miller, talked about how she lived in Hawaii and, chose to come back to Leominster. And I've never left Leominster in the manner that she has. But I'm proud to be raising my daughter here because of the small town feel and the community that we have here. And I really, really worry that this will take that away from us as a community, my daughter, my grandkids someday, and I just really don't want to set us on that path. So with that in mind, the environmental concerns, the traffic concerns, the noise concerns, I agree with the council president that I wouldn't want to put my name on this either, and will definitely be in support of denying it.
Councilor Arndinger.
Thank you very much. As I said earlier, I've been conflicted over this whole process, and the host agreement, as I read it, I'm not an attorney, but I think there's too many loopholes in that host agreement, too many things that they can do, and I'm seriously concerned, in addition to the environmental concern, their ultimate goal is to have a casino there. Whether you like it or not, that's what they're going to do. And there is no way, I think the city has already made its feelings felt on having a casino in town, so I think there's no way that I could ever support a casino in this city. So, thank you.
Councilor Noseworthy.
Thank you, and thank you also to the Legal Affairs Committee. So obviously I'm the new kid on the block here, and so I wanted to work really hard to step up and make sure that everyone was heard. So I hope I did that. I hope I stepped up, regardless of the side that you're on in Ward 5, and make sure everyone felt heard. I also wanted to thank everybody in Ward 5 for participating in your municipal government. That's how democracy works, and we need to see more of that. So every email, every phone call, every conversation, I was very, very appreciative of your time and make sure to respond regardless of what ward you're in. So that's one piece. I agree and concur with every single thing that every other counselor has said. So I made lots of notes, but I'll try to just pull things that haven't been said because we've all been here long enough. The biggest piece for me was the environmental piece. I think you all recall that in one of the last meetings I spoke up and I asked the panel, if everything goes right, everything goes well, 10, 20, 30 years down the line, people start developing cancer, who's paying for that? What does that look like? And no one said anything. That is by far my largest concern. Public safety is very important to me. I'm a veteran. I also just wanted to share that even, they talked about, we'll pay for police, we'll pay for EMTs. Well, we don't have enough of them. So that was actually another public safety concern for myself. We're paying overtime for EMTs because we don't have enough EMTs. We don't have enough police officers. So if we don't have enough of those and they're sent elsewhere, then our community loses out on that public safety aspect. I briefly wanted to touch upon the mental health aspect because many constituents brought that up to me. I'm not a social worker, but my background is in mental health and disability. And I do just want to share that people who struggle with gambling addiction typically also struggle with alcoholism and sex addiction. Why is that important? That's important because that's fact, that's not opinion, that's what the data shows. And so that concerns me about additional drunk drivers on the road. That concerns me about prostitution. That also concerns me with regards to human trafficking. I'm obviously the Ward 5 counselor, but I really feel for everyone directly impacted and on Mechanic Street and the abutters. I want to just say to you that I saw your anguish, I saw your suffering, I saw your pain. That really impacted me. And I think most people know, but most accidents in a car happen within 5 or 10 miles of your own home. You can look up that statistic. And 99% of people in my ward were vehemently against this. But in addition to that, I thought of everybody impacted on Mechanic Street, and I thought, if there's additional traffic, additional drunk drivers on the road, who's going to be most impacted? The people going home who live on Mechanic Street, and that is just not right. So I guess those were really my main concerns, again, just about the public safety piece. There were a handful of people in Ward 5 who were for this, but honestly, it was like 99.9% of people were vehemently against it. But that mental health piece is very important, and I know we glossed over it a little bit, but many people came to me very concerned about family members, and a lot of the reports I read and emails that we received talked about that a giant chunk of gambling revenue actually comes from problematic and addictive gamblers. And who's going to be there the most? People in Leominster. Times are tough, and I don't think we need a double whammy of ruining and wrecking people's lives and families. Thank you.
Councilor Frida?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Walking down history with the council president, I was there for all those, for the industrial park, for the fight with the industrial park. I was on the school committee when we had 3 buildings that were all going bad, 3 additions all at the same time. I was there when we talked about putting a school at Crossroads. I was here for the fight against the Super Walmart that ended up in Jungle Road. I was here for the casino argument, whether we should have a casino in Leominster or not. I was here for the marijuana issue that got heated on occasion. I've been here through a lot of the arguments and a lot of the issues. But every single time we had those discussions, it was with all the information. I'm very disappointed that we did not have Woodard and Curran sitting in front of us at some point in time to ask those questions. They've been monitoring that landfill. I was observant when they capped the landfill. He's retired now, but have shed a lot of light on exactly what the future was to be for that landfill when they capped it. We've had a sign on that landfill forever. There are a couple of us on this council that voted in total support of a ballpark there, which also included a hotel. So what was the information that was given to us at that point? I don't remember the word toxic ever being used at that point. Would I ever put anything on top of that landfill that even resembles a racetrack? Absolutely not. All the other issues we've had the information. We haven't had enough information on this tonight. I do feel badly for the gentleman that owns the land. I think if we aren't going to get the information from Bay State Racing, then I think we should be committed as a council to get the information regarding that landfill. I think we owe it. We have children that went to school at Crossroads. If we don't think we hear the last of this, in a preschool, if those questions, you don't think those questions are going to come up, we owe those people an answer. If that does happen, we do owe getting information about that landfill. If we have to take that sign down, if we don't want to do anything on that landfill ever, we want to do something that's safe. But I think we need to this is going to keep coming back unless we find out what we can do and not do. I don't think this can be the end of it. I think whether it ends up being a solar field or it ends up being something, it's a prime piece of acreage that somebody's going to be looking at. But I do think we need to get that information. Would I ever agree to put a racetrack there or dig into that ground? Absolutely not. I would not support this either. I have an issue, as I said earlier, with just the point of blanketing something across the city was completely different than actually building something on this landfill. But I'm disappointed that we didn't have all the information to make an easier decision. I don't want to say easier, that's not the term, to make a more informed decision on turning this down tonight.
Councilor Shalfo-Zephyr.
Thank you. It's been a long process. It's been an arduous process. I dug through numerous pages of reporting that Woodward and Curran, because they have done the testing at the landfill for so many years. I have the exceedances reports. Those are when the methane level and the benzene level are higher than the minimum or the maximum combustible limit. And there's another term that I can't remember off the top. So the information I wanted to know, and I dug around to find out what I could find out about the landfill. I feel like I've heard from people who have come here and have educated us, people who have written long, lengthy, thoughtful, well-researched, well-sourced, well-documented emails. And on my own, because it's my job as a city councilor at large here in Leominster, I dug around and found a lot of information. So I feel like I am perfectly comfortable. I have a lot of information, and I don't feel like I need an engineering company to tell me what I've already read with my own two eyes. So, I'm fine with it. And I've heard from people across the city, and I understand that, the majority of people in Ward 2 certainly, I've heard from them, but I heard from people from every single ward. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Everybody I've heard from. And in terms of people contacting me by email, by telephone, I even had a mailed letter from somebody who didn't email, apparently, in opposition. And if I had 1 out of 10 or 1 out of 100 or 2 or 3 out of, the vast majority of people that contacted me were opposed vehemently. People weren't on the fence. They were like, this is wrong for Leominster for a bunch of different reasons. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Frida?
Yeah. Just to clarify, I also know what was in those reports with the Board of Health and with Whittington Curran over the years. The point was to make it public. The point was to have people sitting here so we could ask the questions of Whittington Curran. It was not to get information for us. I have information too, and we all get the emails. I think we got probably 700 or 800 emails all total, if you total them, close to that, if not, and phone calls and letters. But I'm still disappointed that we didn't have that opportunity to add, and they can be looked at as an independent, or as some people would like to say, they can't be independent because we were paying them. But they're licensed site professionals. We had a mandate to report every year on it. So, that was, that was the purpose of that. Thank you.
Anyone else? I'm going to turn this back over to
Debate
President.
Debate's closed, and I'm going to take this vote by roll call. Councilor Frida, I'm going to grant your wish. We're going to start with you again. But I would like to mention that I think
Might as well, we'll save Councilor Cormier. He knows now, so you don't have to save him.
I will say, though, I haven't been council president for 8 years. I appreciate that notion. But
No, this was brought before you as well.
Oh, okay.
For just clarity purpose. Oh,
yes,
yeah.
I'm going to do that.
Great.
Yes means
Great.
no.
Yes means no.
Yeah. Just for us, obviously, and also for the public. The recommendation is to deny. Therefore, the affirmative vote or the yay vote is in favor and supportive of the denial. So sometimes it gets a little confusing. So a nay vote would be to defeat the recommendation and seek the approval of 47-25. So I'll start with Councilor Frida.
Yay.
Councilor Robbins.
Yay.
Councilor Shalfo-Zephyr.
Yay.
Councilor Tossi.
Yay.
Councilor Noseworthy.
Yay.
Councilor Ardinger.
Yay.
Councilor Pauline Cormier.
Yay.
Councilor David Cormier.
Yay.
And I shall be recorded as yay by a vote of 9-0. Thank you for doing your civic duty and being respectful to all sides of this throughout the process. It really makes us all, I think all us councilors, proud of Leominster. And it's really a good thing to see that we can actually disagree and maintain decorum. We have two brief procedural matters before we adjourn. And that's on the new business, 2 readings of an ordinance. Councilor Shalfo-Zephyr.
So this is formerly C-103 in the year of
4825 is the first one.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're wrong.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yep. Okay, this is the first reading of an ordinance, petition 48-25. Thomas M. Bovenzi requested an amendment to change zoning district of parcel 94-6, amend the zoning ordinance of the city of Leominster, Mass. To change the boundaries of the zoning district shown on the zoning map so that the parcel identified as Lot 6 on Assessors Map 94, containing approximately 9,984 square feet and having an address of 44 Union Street, shall be entirely located in Residence B. So, I can read the ordinance?
Sure.
Okay. Okay. So in the year 2025, and be it ordained by the City Council of the City of Leominster as follows. Amend Chapter 22 of the revised ordinances entitled Zoning. Chapter 22 of the revised ordinances entitled Zoning is hereby amended by amending the zoning map 94 established pursuant to Section 22-6, such that the following parcel shall be entirely situated entirely in the Residence B zoning district. 26 Union Street, Assessors Parcel 94-4, 40 Union Street, Assessors Parcel 94-5, 44 Union Street, Assessors Parcel 94-6. It would be my recommendation to adopt the first reading.
Very well. Councilor Tossi?
I agree.
And Councilor Pauline Cormier?
I agree.
You've heard the unanimous recommendation of the Legal Affairs Committee to adopt the first reading of what was formerly 48-25. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, this will be by roll call. Counselor Frida?
Yay.
Counselor Robbins?
Yay.
Counselor Shalfo Zephyr?
Yay.
Counselor Tosse?
Yay.
Counselor Noseworthy?
Yay.
Counselor Arndinger?
Yay.
Counselor Pauline Cormier?
Yay.
Counselor David Cormier?
Yay.
And I shall be recorded as yay. The first reading of the ordinance is adopted. Moving on to C-103.
C-103, Dean J. Mazzarella, Mayor, request the adoption of the dispatch 2025 to 2027 salary scale. The FY 2025 retroactive portion will be paid from collective bargaining regarding updated salary scales from contract settlement from FY 2025 to FY 2027. And this is followed by the wage matrix. It's a chart that is available if the public or anybody else would like to get some more detail on these wage numbers. So, and the ordinance is, be it ordained by the City Council of the City of Leominster as follows, amending Chapter 16 of the revised ordinances entitled Personnel. Chapter 16 of the revised ordinances entitled Personnel is hereby amended by inserting into Section 16-30 compensation grades the dispatch 2025 salary scale as follows. And then it indicates for FY25 through FY27 the wage matrix. So my recommendation would be to adopt this first reading.
Very well. Counselor Tosse?
I agree.
Counselor Pauline Cormier?
I agree.
You've heard unanimous recommendation to adopt the first reading of what was formerly C-103. Any discussion? Seeing none, this will be by roll call. Counselor Frida?
Yay.
Counselor Robbins?
Yay.
Counselor Shalfo Zephyr?
Yay.
Counselor Tosse?
Yay.
Counselor Noseworthy?
Yay.
Counselor Arndinger?
Yay.
Counselor Pauline Cormier?
Yay.
Counselor David Cormier?
Yay.
I shall be recorded as yay. First reading is adopted by 9-0 vote. I see no old business scheduled unless someone has something. Counselor Frida?
I do. Just tonight before the meeting, I received a voicemail and an email from Attorney Weishut from KP Law regarding the marijuana Middlesex integrated medicine. And he had brought it to court, as you reported earlier, by the council vote. And the hearing, a preliminary injunction hearing was set, and that will be on 7/24/25 at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So the city has, it's a notice to appear for hearing on preliminary injunction. So our attorney has moved quickly with this. So hopefully that'll wake everybody up, and he's notifying the opposition. So we're in good shape as far as that's moving forward.
Thank you for that report. Any other old business? Any community calendar? Motion to adjourn? Seconded? All in favor? We're adjourned. Thank you all for your good work.
Leominster City Council meeting is funded in part by the Carolus Insurance Agency at www.thecarolusinsuranceagency.com and by Avidia Bank at www.avidiabank.com.